Everybody's being too nice to me today. I don't deserve this shit. Thanks for gifting us up. Cheers, man. Without further ado, I'm going to dive into some Longdeath. It's year 286. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, Demonoid. 'Tis the year 286. Longdeath, the absolute realm. We built a lot of glass yesterday. We're still making more glass. We're still kind of putting stuff away from making more glass. The king wants another ballista arrow, which we shall give him. Current living dwarves are Pilot, Abe, Stone, LaFonda, Whitcode, Max, Quevenair, Windatar, Free, Clay, Massive, Alien Slayer, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Defcom, Aquafunkalistic, Bootywap, Trees, Tiny Goliath, Kade, Ghost, Blue Water, Peter, Ire, Stupid, Voidlock, Haz Huzzah, Animal, Prismatic Flux, Murfist, Hex Wrench, Caveman Crafting, The Scoid, Taurus II, Vimimel, Jack Nurik, Seeker, Cyralac, Spitalier, Knowles, Evil Trick, Bastet, Sathados, Orange, Pengo, Cusslord, Nimesees, Ducky, Jess, Wave, Lumpy, and of course Arch. Arch was born yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And we have a couple sad dwarves that we're dealing with. Total population is currently 42. With migrants, it is 54. And we are trying to deal with some sad dwarves. We've got a few pretty far gone ones right now. Children that are already at the legendary of skill. Yeah, I tend to agree with that, but it's kind of annoying because then they grow up and then they're immediately like, oh, I'm a bone craft. Like, children that make artifacts always get really boring legendary skills because they always choose crafting. But, I mean, it's fine. As we fly down here, we have quite a large amount of glass stored right here. So we can just pretty safely continue digging, which is kind of going to be the plan initially, is just continue digging. Continue digging. And we're going to actually have to dig into the side of the caverns in a few spots. So that's going to be interesting. We'll see how it goes. Should be fine overall. I mean, the vast majority of the legendary skills are just going to happen over time, but most people have legendary skills before they're finished growing up because they're the only ones available for artifacts, right? So artifacts get made immediately. Also, Beer Manir, that looks delicious. That looks like a good goddamn... Now, that's a goddamn sandwich, if I've ever seen one. That's a goddamn sandwich. Hell yeah. It's a good goddamn sandwich. Kind of jealous of that sandwich. Anything fun in that cavern? Oh, there's lots of fun things in the cavern. Speaking of fun things, we are currently in the possession of a giant, another giant, a minotaur, an etin, another giant, another minotaur, a cyclops, another giant, another minotaur, another giant, and that's it. So we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4 5 giants, and 1, 2, 3 minotaurs, and a cyclops. We're just kind of slowly building this collection of giants. So that's a thing that's happening. Uninvited guests. Many uninvited guests. Many uninvited guests live in a cage, though. How you doing, Falafel? Peachy, good to hear. I was a little fuzzy when I woke up this morning. Head's still a little fuzzy, but that's because I didn't sleep the greatest. Didn't sleep the greatest because I decided to try risking sleeping last night with the AC off, and that was a mistake. That was definitely a mistake. So I woke up in the middle of the night just like swimming in a puddle of my own sweat. Also, Gate Nerd. Did you not do that, like, a couple of minutes ago? Yeah, you did. I'm very confused. Oh, it's a 6-month renew. Okay. I was like, because you literally like resubscribed like 15 minutes ago. I was like, the hell? Like, didn't we just say... Thank you. How do you disable closed captions? Click on the little closed captions button at the bottom of the stream. If you can't find it, I can show you where it is. You have to be the center of attention. That seems like a real good way of like gaming hype trains into existence, but or like joining into a hype train. But thank you for pre-buying a handful of months. Also, I think I told you, but I saw your DM, so I'll get that sorted out on the Patreon. That actually happens kind of a lot. Like I'll have people that will just like up on the Patreon and then not tell me what their Twitch name is, and then 6 months will go by and they'll be like, crap! It's happened like 3 or 4 times now. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, people use different names on the Patreon. They use different names on Discord, and then it's like, I don't know who's who. I try my best. I try my best. And like I work off of just a big kind of master list of all the names. The short clips don't actually have the names at the end, I don't think, unless I did that on one of them, which I don't recall doing. But yeah, gonna do another one next week though, because people seem to like them. Should probably do something about your Patreon name. Did I never update it? I'm pretty sure I did. But if I didn't, please tell me. Generally, I'm pretty good about that sort of stuff, but every so often, I don't. Oh, okay, just for your own sake. Gotcha. Gotta smelt more limonite, just so that I have more iron. I do have plenty of glass for right now, so we'll be able to do a whole bunch of layers onto this. They don't have Sfar to go now, which is going to speed stuff up significantly. People do seem to really like those little interview clips, though. I've got another one that's scheduled to go up tomorrow for the 1.0 release of Jupiter Hell. We'll see if it does well at all. It's going to be a clip from that big interview I did with Cornell. Locking up there. Corner piece done. Another game that came out, or that's coming out tomorrow that I need to do some stuff for is Starmancer. Apparently they fixed the big issue that I had with that game, which was the rotating backgrounds, so we'll have to do some of that next week. I'm not super worried about getting that done right away because Jupiter Hell is kind of my priority for this week, but I'll play some Starmancer early next week, probably. Maybe Sunday, even. Maybe Sunday. Change it up a bit there. Oh, you're actually changing your name again? Any idea what you want to change it to? You're going to do it now? Alrighty. Well, I'm sure I'll know who you are when you get back. But I got to update your name in the currency so that you can have your tickets. I don't think you'd want to lose those. I've been trying to change my name on Twitch for years. I really, really, really would like to just get twitch.tv/blind, but the person who has it streams every so often and is pretty adamant about not giving up his username, so. I don't think I will ever pry his cold, dead hands away from it. Oh, just on Patreon. Okay, I thought you were talking about Twitch names. Yeah, because the Patreon name never got updated, right? It's still AKA MLH, if I'm not mistaken. So the nice thing about having legendary dwarves who have made artifacts is they can't actually go totally insane. They have like a kind of a hard stop point where they stop being upset. Right, yeah, it's the one with all the full names. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken. Also, I see paragraphs of text coming from LaFonda. Good stuff. Good stuff. And let's lock this up. Because there's a legacy fort being run by people on my Discord. They are sharing a DF save file back and forth. So it's been kind of fun to kind of loosely read what's going on. Noel Bobby. There you go. Yeah, so if you go to my Discord and you go to the DF Legacy stories, there's this slowly building up. I think I'm going to give them like another week of doodles, and then I'm going to, at the start of a stream at some point, just read all of this. Maybe highlight it and put it on YouTube. Is that getting updated again? I don't believe they ever stopped. I mean, they have a week per person to do their chunk, so. You always like reading that? Have you been reading it? If someone else has been reading it, then it's working as intended, I would say. Just get that block built. It's a lot of dwarves moving a lot of wood. Hazaza is throwing another tantrum. This dwarf is pretty much done, I think. The problem is he's got 2 kids in the fort. And so if I expel him, I also have to expel his kids, which I really don't want to do. So we're going to have to deal with him because his kids are more valuable. Fortunately, he's a really weak dwarf, so it's unlikely he's going to actually cause any physical harm to any of my dwarves. Is there a daily time limit set for the Legacy Fort? I think that they're doing 1 year each, and they have a week to do the year, I think is the requirements. But they're pretty locked on the people that are in there right now. Maybe they'll do another round after the current one is done. You can speed up or slow down the frame rate, but this fortress is old enough that even though I'm running at maximum possible frame rate, it just kind of goes at the speed it goes at. There's only so much that we can reasonably do. Only so much that we can reasonably do. Would get very hot. Here's the thing, though. Like, you can absolutely run DF on a crappy old system. You just need to... Because the game actually scales quite well. It's all about, like, how the player goes about doing it, though. So, like, if you realize the kind of CPU that you have and build your fort accordingly, like, just have less dwarves and scale down the number of invaders and all that and do a small world, like, you can very much... play just fine. Discussed improvements to the FPS in the Steam release. Every update improves FPS a little bit, but any drastic improvements? I mean, it's still going to be Dwarf Fortress. Most FPS is caused by player error, as Stone is alluding to, but it's still Dwarf Fortress. Still the same game. The way DF is designed, it's going to always have what some people would consider to be crappy FPS. But I see it this way, right? City Skylines has pretty crappy FPS. You never see anybody complaining that City Skylines is unplayable. This kind of game doesn't particularly suffer if there's some inevitable slowdown, because this is kind of just the way of things. And there's a lot of things the player can do to optimize frame rate that has nothing to do with the game itself. There we go. Now all those arrowheads are getting worked on. That's what we need to see. A lot of things can cause the game to slow down. One of those things that can cause the game to slow down is DF hack. Same with Dwarf Therapist. Both of those extensions of the game can cause some slowdown as well as poor fortress management. The majority of the frame rate problems come from poor fortress management, but aside from that, they can also come from just extra things being plugged into the game that the game isn't necessarily designed to have. So ideally, the Steam version of DF will negate the player desire to have external tools like Therapist, and like I'm sure hack will still exist for people trying to play the game in very specific ways, but I think ideally the Steam version will negate the need for Therapist and hack, and that will improve some people's frame rate, not drastically, but noticeably. And then alongside of that, if players get a little better at managing their dwarves, that can massively help with frame rate. The only time the frame rate in this fort gets what I would describe as kind of bad is when there's a lot of birds on the map or a lot of humans on the map. But the vast majority of frame rate problems are avoided if you are playing correctly. I mean, this fort hasn't crashed in maybe 200 years. Almost accurate. This fort hasn't crashed in a very, very, very long time. Yeah, I don't know. I've had some people ask if I'm an alien or something, and it's like, how do you how do you keep the fort running so well? It's like, yeah, why so many smelters? Well, they're not all smelters. They're smelters, glass furnaces, kilns, and forges. And why not? Most of the dwarves have the job, so might as well make them available if dwarves want to work. Humans are here to trade. What can I sell? Certainly don't need those quivers. Certainly don't need those. Definitely don't need all these ropes. Definitely don't need all these splints. Definitely don't need all these crutches. Trying to see what else I can sell. It's going to be a lot of value, but there's a lot of stuff I need to clear out. Let's hope that this helps you out, Sathatos. We'll let you train for another month, and we'll see if that improves you. If not, then I'm going to stop you. Makes paperwork less painful. Yeah, there was only like 2 crashes. rather than exacts. Yeah, I know that it's definitely happened. Like this fort has definitely crashed, but it's been a long time since it's crashed consistently. And it's never really crashed consistently. Like there was like 1 or 2 years there where it crashed a couple of times, and then since then it's just kind of stopped. It crashed enough that I was doing like multiple saves per year, and then it just kind of stopped. So whatever was causing the crash just sawed it off, I guess. 14th of January. I like how you have the exact date written down. So it hasn't crashed since January then. It's a weird thought. Oh, you have a PNG file from that time? You know which one you was the mythical thing that didn't actually happen. Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life, but satisfied after teaching striking. Hoping that this helps. Or you'll tantrum. And we'll have a problem. Human treasurer has arrived. But yeah, generally, if someone's gonna ask a question of like, why do you have so much X thing, especially if it's a crafting table, the answer is always gonna be, nah, why not? For me, anyway, because that is the legitimate answer as to why I have so many of most of these things. Is nah, why not? He's keeping track of every single tribute we get for funsies. Even though the game technically keeps track of that itself, Stone is doing that for funsies. For no real practical reason aside from it's fun. Maybe one of these days we'll actually do something with it. Find out what the human's most popular item was or something. Bring a trader over here who's currently making charcoal. I mean, it wasn't a lot of work when Stone first started, and now it's been a year, almost, or we're getting close to a year. And it kind of accelerated, and it's now just kind of silly, if I'm being honest. Now just kind of silly. So... But I think that that's, you know, part of the funness of it is that it is genuinely kind of silly. The group of alchemy, the council of men, the group of soaring, and the scholarly band. Yeah, the one scholarly band tribute, which I did to make them come trade with us, hopefully. Ganich Vasakur says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Just all of the wood, as per usual, so that we can continue making charcoal without chopping down too many trees. And then we'll power through the rest of this. I'm really curious to see what this looks like in the Steam version. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Here comes the wagons. The rest of the wagons. Trying to get back to your individual combat drills. Murfist is under a great deal of stress. I'll give you Scholar. Butchery, and let's also give you Stone Detailing. Not that I really have a lot of jobs in that right now, but we'll see. You might have to add all 4 tribute lists together. Why would you have to do that? Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Okay, so these guys don't have any of that. So let's, from you, buy black bronze, rose gold, and that. That'll do. The other humans are still unloading. Yeah, they haven't even gotten here yet. Way ahead of them. Let's see how many tickets I got. A cook means flame. Well, I mean, it depends on how you want to pronounce it, right? You could pronounce it in a way that just sounds silly. Or you could pronounce it differently. Which is kind of what I choose to do. I mean, it is a place for you to cook. Can kind of see it. There's at least one artifact in there. Yeah, just the one. There's going to be a lot of value in this. Tomorrow's going to be an exciting day for maybe not the stream, but for me personally, because tomorrow Jupiter Hell releases from early access. Super hopeful that that game does really, 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 really well. Just because I want them to make more games. And, you know, I understand the basic economics of developing video games. You kind of need them to make money. So I'm just hoping that that game comes out and makes a ton of money. So that they can go make more games. And more games. Let's check this for a second. Is that actually an artifact that I missed? 'Cause it might be. Maybe it's not listed because it's currently in the trading depot. Check that after. There it is. I'll run COD. Now that I've removed it, let's see if I can find it in here. Where are you? Can't find it. Let them put it away. Wow, I'm the one that wins? That never happens. That literally never happens. Like, chat can't even tell me that it's rigged because, like, that never happens to me. Because quite literally, that never happens to me. You know what? Fuck it. We'll keep doing what we were doing. Let's let them to continue to deliver stuff. Trying to keep all these dwarves happy, and it's ridiculously difficult right now. I've got a couple dwarves that are just like tricky. They're a little bit tricky. We're still working on an animated version of that laser so that we can get more dwarves in here all overall. Cooler actually sent me an early tease of it the other day. He hasn't sent me anything since, but I have this. It's a start. Curious to see what he comes up with by the time it's done. Then we can move from that to an animated version of it. Making a bunch of fancy cloth because I bought a bunch of thread. That's so much fucking vomit. That's the other problem that we've been running into is keeping dwarves from getting cave adapted is actively really difficult. It's actually kind of extremely difficult to keep them from getting cave adapted right now. I think I've just built too many underground tunnels. Is the problem. Maybe I should just go through and remove half of these staircases so that they spend less time underground. Might be what I need to do. Like if I just get rid of these right here. But then rebuild this as downstairs right here. Rebuild those. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because they are spending way too much time running from stairwell to stairwell rather than spending time outside, which is what I need them to actually do. So I think I'm gonna remove some of these stairwells. That's gonna be, I think, our current order of business. Because I need to fix this cave adaptation problem. And it's not gonna happen if I just keep letting them run around in the tunnels. I need them to spend some time outside. That's quite the motorway there, Stone and Frog. Quite the motorway. But yeah, plan for the stream tomorrow is Jupiter Hell. Like I mentioned earlier, I also picked up a copy of a game called The Ramp, which I'd like to try. It describes itself more as a little digital toy about riding skateboards. It's only $5, so gonna have to give that thing a shot as well. It's always fun to have a few little projects. 167, there you go. You achieved your goal and what you set out to do. That is a lot of stink. That is a shit ton of stink. That is honestly my biggest annoyance with DF right now is the bringing of food to military training. So they always leave it on the ground and it always rots. It's like, well, this is just a waste for everybody involved. There we go. A lot of dwarves have stopped putting stuff or have stopped hauling stuff because most of it's been sold, which is what we need to see. Dwarves are getting back to working. Which is also what we need to see. So I could do downstairs there. Upstairs there. That'll fix both of those. Let's actually increase the priority on these. Get you up to priority number 1 and you up to priority number 1. So that the one in the middle is just going to be a downstair. The one over there in the bottom is just going to be an upstair from here. Fixing fortress designs is not an easy task, I'll put it that way. Especially when vomit is involved. Need the king to go fill out the requirements. Well, the captain of the guard and Hazazah are fighting. Not entirely certain as to why. Perhaps Hazazah attacked the captain of the guard? Currently going to prison. Did you commit a crime that you then got committed for that caused you some problems? Kind of seems that way. Literally just waiting for one of these stairways to disappear so I can queue them up. Game's a little laggy because of all the humans on the map. Not too much I can do about that. Yeah, so major things that I need to try over the next little bit is I really need to try Starmancer. And very much looking forward to 1.0 of Jupiter Hell. Those are kind of the main things on the watch for me currently. 1.0 of Jupiter Hell and Starmancer. You know what? Let's just do this. Let's give them a skylight. This is going to be a bit of an extreme solution, but we're going to give them a skylight. Get all of that stink out quicker and give them easier access to the upper level as well. So then when they inevitably drop their food, it'll just go out of the skylight instead of like continuing to be a problem. Yeah, it looks like we're going to lose some dwarves today. I'm not certain there's much I can do about it. So chat, we get a round of beers just as a thank you for all of the support so far today. You guys have been kind of nuts. If there's anything anybody wants to chat about or ramble about, let me know. Till then, I'll just be sitting here and doing my mindless streamer babble. Which is fine, but actually having conversations is nice. Where are you headed with those bones? Yeah, these underground pathways I think was kind of a bad idea. You left the motorway at 201. I mean, you gotta take the exit at 201. That was your directions, right? I mean, they're a necromancer. You answer that question. Is a necromancer going to be a necromancer if they need to necromancy for necromancy reasons? You don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure that one out. Let's just hope the dwarves don't fall into this. There they go. No one's going to fall into that. Perfect. Yeah, looks like I can just dig this out too. It should be pretty simple. I mean, Free 2 is going to die. He was 18 years old. It was unfortunate. Unfortunate. Finally been getting into Cogmine the last few days. Excellent. You can backseat me. Because due to popular demand, it looks like we're going to be streaming some Cogmind. Unless the Patreon has taken a massive swing in a different direction since yesterday. How are you liking Cogmind? Since you're actually getting into it now. Okay, so I don't need this walkway here. So I'm going to go and start deconstructing this. So we can actually have, like, sunlight. It's an improvement. Surprisingly easy to jump into. I remember it being, like, kind of dense when I tried, but maybe they've made it more easy to learn, hard to master. I mean, that game is complex. It's just a question of how much do you need to know said complex systems before you get lost, you know? When you break out of it, you go achievement hunting in Hearts of Iron. Achievement hunting in big strategy games seems like a popular pastime for many folks. I kind of wish I could do more achievement hunting in Caves of Cud. I don't know how to do that, though, because I'm not very good at Caves of Cud, is the actual problem. If I was better at Caves of Cud, perhaps I could do that, but... There's a lot of achievements in that game where I'm just like, I don't even know how I would go about doing this, let alone actually doing it. I mean, the system that was very daunting for me when I started playing Cogmind the first time was just the hacking stuff. Because the hacking stuff's like, oh, this is just like a deep hole that literally never ends. What the fuck? How do I get around this? But I don't know. Maybe it's maybe it'll be easier. We'll see. Worst case scenario, you guys just get to backseat me when we get into that. Let's just check the Patreon. Make sure it hasn't like changed because the Patreon polls are returned this month, and anybody who supports the Patreon at any tier can vote. And currently, with 12 votes, we have Cogmind in first, Sword of the Stars of Pit in second, and Rogue Empire in third. So, 3 games that have all been in the polls before but have never been picked. Until you meet a giant centipede, and then you're just like, oh, dead. Do you ever get killed in CDDA by things you can't see? Because that's always, like, a thing that'll make me stop playing a game. Well, that's definitely something I've run into before. It looks beautiful. I love the info denseness of it, but that was the thing that pushed me away initially. Was I had a very hard time comprehending everything, but the main reason for that was the fact that the font that the game comes with is by default always capitalized, and they have fonts now that aren't, so those fonts are totally playable. There we go. Now we have actual skylight. You died from radiation sickness because the crater you were digging for stone was probably from a dirty bomb. Oh, fun. Sounds like the stuff you want. Cut that back and then move back a tile. Deconstructing super high up stuff like this always to me is just like, well, this is gonna kill me. Yeah, and they have like what 30 fonts in that game now, so massive improvement. I mean, it's not perfect in my opinion, but a massive improvement for sure. which is perhaps a good intro. You want to stick that in the roguelikes room on my Discord? Because I may need to watch that. I've watched the dev play like, quite a bit of Cogmind, but I feel like every time I stumble into his streams, he's like really deep into an endgame run, and it's like, I don't know what any of this shit means. None of this shit means anything to me, so. I actually kind of want to do that with the developer of Jupiter Hell after that game comes out of early access. Want to get him on voice and do 2 runs with him and talk through everything and do dev commentary. I think that would be a lot of fun. Because he's got stories and design thoughts and ideas for every single area in that game. Which I think would maybe make for a fun conversation. Okay, we're gonna cut out this floor piece too. Now I think I might fill this up with grates, because I could do that. I'm gonna cut out all these first, though. Yeah, I mean, how much can the early game have really changed in Cogmind since 2019? I mean, come on, let's be honest. It's only been, like, 2 years. How much can a roguelike really change in 2 years? Ugh. It is terrifying. I mean, I know a guy named Gatorpone, so I guess so. With wiring your own roguelite game, it's a lot of fun to come up with ideas and then see what come to life in the game. It's very self-gratifying. That's kind of what I'm hoping that the community-made mud is going to end up feeling like, you know? Because I want to just kind of build a game that this community is interested in. That's really what I hope it ends up being like. So hopefully we can recreate a similar feeling with an open enough lore that people who are interested could take the lore and do other things with it. Really, someone was. I mean, I watch a stream frequently where people still say the word poning and still say the word cringe frequently. So there are definitely some words you don't really expect to hear on the internet still said on the internet. I mean, Stone, I'm sure that you're going to help us come up with many names, right? You're going to be in charge of names. Well, maybe not in charge, but you're certainly going to have a lot of input in names for a community-built mud. There go the humans. It's like a train of wagons. Look at them all. Look at those beautiful homegrown wagons. Wonderful creatures. As you need to make actual money. I mean, yeah. Yeah. The fact that, like, I survive on my stream, and I do okay. Especially thanks to people like Retired Navy Vet. But like, in a world where I look at the number of copies that some indie games have sold and, like, run the math in my head and go, like, man, I'm doing better than some of these indie games. It's like, it really makes me think twice about, like, taking sponsorships for certain things and stuff, because it's like, Man, they really can't afford to give me that money. It's like, I know that they need it more than I do, so like, why would I take that? And it's this weird like existential crisis thing for me personally. Definitely a weird existential crisis. Alright, so most of those military dwarves are just training. Huzzah is throwing a tantrum. Where are you? Haz, where are you? Oh. Running around in the basement knocking stuff over, are we? 1 count of vandalism. I guess we will give you your 1 count of vandalism. 1 witness. Also, is poning even technically a word? And I will do it again. I mean, you will go to prison again, too. No feeling bad on that. Definitely no feeling bad on that. Actually, where's my militia commander? Or my captain of the guard? Oh, there you are. Prismatic flux. You should go do your job. You have a dwarf to chain up. Can be defined by Google. So thus, it is indeed a word then. What is the definition of pwned? Especially in video game, utterly defeat an opponent or rival. Completely get the better of. Pwned. I mean, if it's in the dictionary, then that means that we can just use it in everyday language and be grammatically correct. Ain't that weird? But who knows? That stuff's kind of difficult. Helmet Snake is fighting with a Forgotten Beast, and Haas is Oz going back to prison. Sorry, Haas. Big apologies. Although the best part about not making video games wave depletion because you need to like pay bills is there's plenty of other people making video games so that you don't have to. That's always been my experiences. There's always plenty of people making plenty of video games. So I don't have to make them myself because other people already did. I just have to show up and reap the benefits of other people making video games so that I don't have to. Haas, will you like prison this time? That's the real question. You're guilty after being confined. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're screwed. But indie dev specifically is very much a passion-derivative industry, and a lot of games are just kind of not screwed, but destined to have a really hard time competing. Hopefully, by next week, Jupiter Hell will be an example of a success. But I think they need to sell another 10,000 copies to do that. So we'll see. A cocker? I don't know what a cocker is. I'm assuming it's a derogatory term. But I don't know how I would use that in a sentence. I'm scrolling up to find where... Roasted gangsters die ingloriously. Frequent urination may not be healthy. However, it may be maniacal cheese. Interactions with stonemasons building temples in hell. Karen pickles pickled peppers. Dastot makes masterwork thongs. Terrifying. Garlic bread created a monster of... There you go. We're all caught up. Keep adding words to the AdWords story room, chat. Good work. All right, dwarves. Let's hope that this can help you guys. So we've done a bunch of rerouting. Can dig some downstairs here. Smooth these floor pieces off. Those are all ups. Those are that downstairs is gonna start up here. Overall should be fine. I mean, it's a much more common word in British stuff, but it's less commonly used as just like a statement. Because like saying, ah, cock is sort of like along the lines of saying, ah, hell, kind of deal. It's like just an exclamation. But it's one of those things where it's like outside of like the UK, it comes across as like you're just screaming penis. So, I mean, no one really says that over here. At least not in that context. I mean, they'll say it in other contexts for sure, but... just not in that context. Let's see how our Hazazaz doing. He really likes that fine container. Haz, do you indeed feel pleasure near a completely sublime container? Nobody else says it like that here? I know another Brit who used to say that. Who would say, ah, cock. There's this kid that I knew growing up. His family moved to Canada from Britain when he was like 7. But I knew him when he was like 12, and he was still very British then. Can't complain. I mean, you have a completely sublime restraint and a very sublime container. And a tastefully arranged statue. Masterwork bed? Could be worse, honestly. It's like a 5-star hotel suite, more than anything. Now, no one says cocker. I don't know anyone who's ever said cocker. Unless you're referring to a cocker spaniel. But, you know. Did something just die? Or did I misread that? Oh, stray Wolverine. That's acceptable. For the person getting cocked, or for the cocker spaniel? Because these are very different things, sir. I feel like I'd be totally fine with someone calling somebody cocker in the Twitch chat without too much issue, assuming the person being talked to knew what the slang term meant, you know? Because, like, people around here, well, people I know will refer to friends as cunt from time to time, which will definitely make some people shudder in their boots, which is, you know, always entertaining. Seems like the whole wrestling thing is like a net positive for their mood, but God, those dwarves are making me fucking nervous. So that's Hazaz's second prison sentence since I started streaming as well. So we'll see how that goes. I guess at the end of the day, Haz is just a naughty boy. Wonder how we're doing on those artifacts. Not brilliantly, but not terribly. I think it's time to slaughter a bunch of unicorns for more crafts. A couple of roosters and a couple of hens for some more crafts. And some cattle and bulls. And some more unicorns. Well, I mean, it can be, it's one of those words that it can be used as an insult, right? It's like, depends on like local slang, but to a degree, like any curse word could be used as an insult, right? Like even a simple word like damn it could be used as an insult if you refer to somebody as damn you. Or you damn something. I hope you are so damned you get hit in the head by a beaver. You gotta commit more crimes first, Haz. You gotta commit more crimes. Although you haven't actually had a beating yet. We'll see how you deal with that. We do also have a child who's a little bit depressed. Granted, this is Haz's, you know, son. So Haz, here's the problem, right? Your depression spats and acts of violence against other members of the fort is making your son depressed. Do you still feel so good about getting another beating from Daddy Guardman, Haz? Still feel so good about that? Dan it. Yeah, Dan it indeed. Dan's game it. From here to hell and back. A up me duck? Like, A up me duck. What in the world would that mean? My assumption would be something along the lines of like, what's up, mate? Or something, but A up me duck? Yeah, I'm not entirely certain, to be honest. That could be any number of things, so it's hard to say. Oh, really? I got it? Yeah. See, if someone said A up me duck to me, I would assume something along the lines of like, yo, what's up? Or how's things kind of deal. Interested after learning about biting, something that Hazazah would like to learn all about, or maybe Hazazah would like to be our test subject. Feels satisfied after teaching biting. I mean, I would too. It's delicious. I mean, what? Okay. Need to eat? Maybe you should go take a lesson on biting. I'll make that easier. One of these days, I'll go to the UK and I'll actually use all of this knowledge that you've given me, Stone. I do, however, have a slight suspicion I will forget most of it. Guards are training your nibbling techniques. More like you're removing with front teeth techniques, but many an ear will be decapitated. Many an ear. All right, I'm gonna take another real quick toilet break because apparently my body's broken today. Jack, can I get a round of beers? I'll be back in a minute. Oh, perfect. Game was saving. Hey, Clander. Oh, I'm jelly. I was on back order since March. Ooh. I almost ordered some mutable instrument stuff, and then I looked at my bank account and was like, eh. So I'm waiting until fall before I back order a bunch of shit. Who did Knowles fight with? Huh. Anyway, autumn has arrived. Nobody died, right? No. Okay. How's it going? It's going pretty good. It's going all right. Navy kind of shut my brain off this morning. But aside from that, things are going pretty good. Yeah. I'm curious to see what you could make with beads. Wave depletion. Most of my synthesizer purchases have just been pedals, because it's like that's just something I can plug into what I already have, and it'll just make what I have sound cooler, instead of like having to worry about buying new things, full new setups. I mean, you gotta love like local divides, right, Stone? Like where I grew up, there was 3 separate tiny ass towns, all with a population of like 600 people, that were just like anybody who didn't live in one of those 3 tiny towns assumed they were all part of the nearby bigger town, and everybody in those 3 tiny towns, it's like, that's a really good way to get your car, like, smashed up at night or something, was just like, you know, that. You have way, way too much modular. There's no such thing. The problem with modular is once you've hit like that minimum threshold where you can do cool shit, anything else you add in just makes it cooler, right? That's what I need to do. I need to get to that minimum threshold to be able to make the cool shit. Beyond that, it's just a mess. You got tea with rum. Ooh. Tea with rum sounds good. I got vodka, but I really don't want to drink it. I have vodka, but I've been using it as a pesticide, so it's now covering 2 desks. Jelly, man. Jelly. Jealous. I want it to cover my dresser, but we'll get there. I'll have to move the Lego first. It must be special indeed. It's real shit vodka, okay? It's Alberta special. It's real shit vodka. Like, I'm talking like a $6 bottle of vodka here. This is a real shit vodka. You don't want to drink that shit. I would rather drink nail polish. But it's a completely organic way of killing aphids, so I use it to kill aphids. And it doesn't damage the plants or anything, so... Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. 5 cougars were killed in the making of this shipment. Because there's 5 prepared cougar brains. Now, that being said, I would never, ever, give my pests beer. Vodka? Yeah, they can have that. If it's even remotely decent quality vodka, no, I drink that. Have you done anything cool with your modular stuff recently, Wave Depletion, or has it just been, like, kind of sitting recently? Need money for vodka to kill aphids, I swear. Okay, so like you joke about that, but when I worked in fast food, for a while there, we were using this cleaning solution that was like 99% alcohol for cleaning windows, but we had to stop. The reason we had to stop using that particular cleaner, even though it was very effective and very quick and easy and very efficient and cheap, was we were having problems with homeless people licking the windows. So you'd use this heavy alcohol cleaning solution all over the windows, and then suddenly you'd have this problem where it's like, oh, there's people licking the windows. It was excellent for shining brass. With sugar? Or was it like artificial sweetener? Well, please post stuff in my Discord when you do. I'm still way too deep into synthesizer YouTube. Like, synthesizer YouTube is like the majority of the YouTube I actually watch these days. Which is not much YouTube. It was tasty and functional? Huh. Can't have been that tasty. That's my only theory there. It can't have been that tasty. Maybe like sort of tasty, but it can't have been that tasty. There's no way. That's some weird kind of poltergeist trees. The windows are bleeding. Alcohol. You called it bug juice? Why was it like green or something? What, that people would just lick it off the walls? Beer? Or drink it? Red? If it was green, I'd call it bug juice. Scoville rattling at 1 million. Yeah, that might be a problem because like it's still a family restaurant. So like, what if a small child like touches a window and then touches their eye and then child falls over screaming because they just put a Scoville rating of 1 million into their eyeball? They just make it blue and add some ethanol. Yeah, I mean that's. Definite. I don't know. Like drinking any kind of like high. Like I have isopropyl alcohol in my apartment. It's like drinking that would just kill you. It's like if you want to just cover yourself in alcohol, like you could do that, but like nah, it's not a good idea. Like last I checked, alcohol is quite literally just microdosing poisons that make you feel funny. It's not exactly a good idea to, you know, fill your body up with that, but who can say? The dwarves have arrived. So did the outpost liaison. I mean, it'll also teach the parents to sue the restaurant, but sure. I see your point, Has. Good old Kivish, yeah. Good old Kivish. It's good that Kivish is still around. She's been around so long. Not that long. I mean, yeah, a pretty good amount of time, but not that long. Of course, I sell all the human clothes to the dwarves. White or gray? Last time I checked, it was flecks of gray, but let's see. She has a broad body, lobed ears, straight hair. Her very long hair is braided. Her hair is gray with a touch of ecru. Still not fully white. Or fully gray either. She's got good genes. Probably Levi's, in fact. Probably Levi's. Three people rated Jess. Your TV was Jess invaded when you turned it on? Well, just like everybody that you had been watching previously were in Jess's stream? I mean, we're really trying to get Jess Twitch partner. Like, she should get it. So, that's partially why. It's because they're very heavily pushing Jess. The whole team has been. Like, I raid Jess when I get the chance. I just don't often end before she does. But how's things, Freskins? Building the legacy fort. Oh. Without the beginners in the fort biz. I mean, got a link for Jess? She's part of my team. Which you could find her through the team page. But, oh, there you go. That works too. That's Jess. Although, that's a link to all my teammates. If you go to the twitch.tv.com/team/halcyon frequency, you'll find my whole team pretty quickly, and we all work together. Honestly, I sometimes wonder actually if my stream would still be here if it wasn't for my team. I've genuinely thought about that a bit. It's hard to know. Way more wholesome than me, that's for sure. I'm way less wholesome than Jess. I'm out of coffee. You need more coffee. Yeah, she quite literally has the same stream schedule as me, except she doesn't stream as long, so I don't get to watch her very often. We've always kind of had that overlap problem. Unlike Kiri and FG, who end around the time I start. And Evil Trick. But she also streams on days that I don't, so there's that as well. Same with Bellinair. Me, Bellinair, and Jess all kind of have a lot of overlap. Although Dire Dwarf is switching over to days soon in this month. And when he does, then we'll also have Dire to be advertising, which will be fun. Looking forward to hopefully helping Dire out a bit too, because he seems to need it. He's had a rough little bit of it when it comes to the streams. Hell yeah, Beermaneer. There you go. I really need to update the wording on that shit. Well, I mean, 2 years ago, that was me. I mean, there was a time when I was at TwitchCon in 2017, I think it was. Pretty sure it was TwitchCon 17, not TwitchCon 18. TwitchCon 17. And I was hanging out with 2 Twitch staff members, 2 friends who are Twitch partners, and another one of our mutual friends. And they all said that they were going to go to the partner lounge to go get a thing done. And I was like, well, I can't go. And they're like, yeah, you can. What are you talking about? I'm like, I'm not a partner. And it like that happened for years where like people would just presume that I was a Twitch partner when I wasn't. Like it took, like I streamed for 5 years before I got partnered. So I'd been around and like everybody knew who I was, and it's difficult to get. But to a degree, it makes sense. They want to make sure that they're not partnering people that are just like, you know, one-off things. They want to be partnering people that are actually, you know, putting effort into it. So personally, I think they should make it hard. It should be a difficult thing to acquire. Higher standards for non-AAA gamers? What does that mean? Are you asking if there's higher standards? No, if anything, I think it's probably the other way around. If you play a lot of indie stuff, they give you more leeway. But it's gotten so much easier over the years. Like, back when I first started, the requirement was an average of 300 concurrence. And, like, the application was basically just like a Google form back when I started. Now it's just you need 75 average over the last 2 months, which even I don't do most of the time, but I don't need to because I'm already partnered, right? I think that generally I think that's just kind of an inaccurate statement, wave depletion, generally. That there's higher standards for non-AAA gamers. I think it's more just they want people to be partnered who are going to keep streaming, right? They don't want to partner people who just got big once or got lucky, you know? Like Sui had a stream last year where she had 15,000 concurrent viewers for like 6 hours, but she's not partnered. because she doesn't have the average. Just because she had that view count once. But, like, I don't know. Getting partnered doesn't really mean that much. It's not like suddenly you have a full-time job because you're partnered. Like, it's not like Twitch gives me benefits or helps me in any way. Masui on the front page. She was on the front page, and she had Tynan Sylvester, developer of RimWorld, on her stream, which helped a lot. That is helping you a lot. How about you? That is also helping you a lot. Come on, dwarves. Hang in there. Also helping you a lot. Even though you're harrowed by the nightmare that is your tragic life. On the bright side, they're not tantruming. So that's cool. Yes, for hot potato stuff. Welcome back, stupid. So, you know, it's like... partnership on Twitch is a weird thing. If in all honesty, when I got partnered, I actually did worse financially for a bit. Like the initial month where I got initial 3 months, I did really well, and then there was a big dip because there's a lot of people that will just straight up stop watching you when you get partnered, which is kind of sad. Like when I got partnered on Twitch, I got DMs from a couple of people who were just like, "It's been fun, but you achieved your goal, and I'm gonna move on to the next type train." It's like, oh. Well, cool. I mean, thanks, I guess. So that happened quite a bit. So there's always a bit of churnover. A lot of people get partnered and then quit within 6 months because they don't get any kind of growth and they expect a lot more than they end up actually getting, which kind of sucks. Yeah, no, it's a weird part of Twitch that's like really kind of hard to explain unless you're kind of in it. Like if I had $1 for every Twitch partner that I knew that got partnered and 6 months later I'd quit, I'd probably have like $80 or $90 by this point. Because I feel like it happens a large portion of the time. Getting a time-sensitive DM. Yeah, you do get more emotes. But, you know, Haz, you have emotes. I streamed for 5 years before the affiliate program launched. And we didn't get emotes for 5 months after that program launched. So, you have emotes. Think about it from my perspective here. At the very least, you have emotes. At the very least, you have emotes. That was my first. Yeah, that was indeed my first emote. So, in the world that I live in, it's like, at the very least, you guys have emotes. Like, yeah, everybody always wants more emotes. I mean, I have, 21 emote slots, and I would love another emote slot, but frankly, I think it's 700 subscribers. And, we're currently sitting at 304 to get another emote, and that's not something we're going to get anytime soon. I mean, if everybody watching gifted us 5 subs, we might make it, but, like, that's, a large amount of money. Like I said, time-sensitive DM. But yes, typing noise is intensifying. But yeah, no, the stupid skull was my first emote, which was actually a better Twitch TV emote like years before then. Yeah, quite literally years before then. We had multiple better Twitch TV emotes that were pretty heavily used in this channel before the others became available. Like, I started making better Twitch TV emotes in like 2015. All we had was that. That's not totally true. After I got affiliate, then we made blind budget, which was we have affiliate emotes now, and if you can't afford them, then here you go, have these. Man, I love time-sensitive DMs. Everybody send blind time-sensitive DMs. No, it's literally guy from the publisher at Jupiter Hell asking me if I can do a thing for tomorrow. Like, just to be completely blunt what it is. So it's like, duh. So quite literally time-sensitive DMs. But it's fine. We're just slaughtering cows and making a ballista arrow for the king, and then we need to refresh some clothing and making crafts out of chickens. We've got a bunch of wrestlers that are all wrestling and all that good stuff, you know? This DM will self-destruct in 3 hours. Well, a time-sensitive DM would be a DM that I need to respond to right away, right? So a time-sensitive DM would be a, hey, we need this thing done. And it's like, I mean, I can. Done. All right. I have to record some footage tonight, but that's fine. Hyper Strange owes me. Anyway, I think I can focus on chat again. How you guys doing? Sorry about that. Like, sometimes just time-sensitive things happen and I just need to do them. Sometimes time-sensitive things just need to happen. But main quest for the day is we need to solve this issue of actually like the next couple weeks of Longdeath is we need to solve this blue problem. You may notice there's a lot of vomit on the ground. We need to solve that because that's going to cause us a lot of problems going forward the more it happens. Yeah, it's cave adaptation vomit. The problem is, like, so this is an outdoor fortress, right? All of the blue area is outdoor. The problem is I'm a big idiot, so I keep building stuff over top of the outdoor sections. Meaning we have this issue of I keep building stuff over top of it and making it less outdoors, to the point where a lot of these dwarves almost never need to go outdoors anymore. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to remove a lot of the staircases that keep the dwarves from going outside. And I've got like all these little passageways that like negate some of the indoor sections. So we've got to remove a lot of those too. Also, this area needs to get sealed off because I don't need access to any of this. Uh-oh. Haas Huzzah is throwing another tantrum. Excellent. You big silly. Although it's already been caught. So you're going back to prison, Haas. That's a third time in one stream. You thought the main upper tavern would prevent that? I thought so too. I mean, there's holes in the roof in the main upper tavern and all that, but maybe we need more holes in the roof? I don't know. I'm going to like maybe go poke some more holes in the ceiling of it so that they can get more sunlight when up there. Maybe that's what we got to do. Yeah, it's a thing. Angry Huz sounds intensified. Yeah. Yeah. Screaming Huz still gets heard. I mean, you toppled a loom. That was your mistake. Yeah, I wish glass worked the way it should. I mean, do you know if like sunlight goes through grates? Because I don't even know about that. Because that's what I did initially, was I covered it with grates, and then I was thinking about it later, and then I removed all the grates. And now I'm still like wondering about it. I'm like, should I just have not done that? Like, did I fuck up? I think I may have fucked up. So I kind of had that today I fucked up feel, but what really are we gonna do about that, you know? The loom had it coming. Yeah, seems like it did. All right, well, here's another attempt to solve this problem. We are going to seal off half of this. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just use mudstone. It's classic. Everybody loves mudstone. Everybody loves mudstone. And some diorite, because I couldn't find mudstone. I'm sealing off this side to stop them from using this underground area as a walkway. Because if I stop them from using this underground area as a walkway, then they will be forced to walk outside to hopefully get more of that good sunlight that we know all these dwarves actually need, regardless of whether or not they want it. You know, they're like children. It's like, go outside and play. No! So that's what we're trying to do, is to make them stay outside. I mean, what did that loom do to you? Insult your family? Or was it just looming over you? Made you feel all nervous in your little boots. Huz shaking in fear. Fun. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Well, there goes that answer on floor grates. So there we go. We're going to seal off half of this. So what used to be a walkway is going to become just kind of a sealed off area. But yeah, it looks like what's happening is after I'm done streaming tonight, I'm going to record a bunch of Jupiter Hell gameplay, and they're going to repeat that on the Steam page. I think that's what's happening, which is why I had to go silent for a little bit and respond a bunch. Apparently they're like, yeah, the PR company has a guy that does that, but he's not very good at the game. So I'm going to record a run with each class up until IO on easy difficulty, so I don't need to worry too much about dying, just explaining what every mechanic is and how everything works. So that'll be interesting. I don't know. We'll see. It'll be fine. because like they don't really want a live stream, and I was like, you could just like redirect me, but I mean, it's a super interesting project that I have to do tonight because the game releases tomorrow. I'll say Backsterish. But he's not very good at the game. I mean, it's like not surprising, to be fair. I mean, Jupiter Hell is a weird game because like it's really fucking cool if you're good at it. But if you're not particularly good at it and the person playing it is not good at explaining why it's cool, well, that's not very good. Put it that way. You want people that are decent at the game playing it. Otherwise, they're not going to find any of the cool stuff. You know, it's kind of like any other run-based game that's really difficult, you know? It's like same situation for like Spelunky as well, you know, like a run-based platformer where it's just like imagine somebody who's not very good at Spelunky trying to showcase Spelunky. Like that's not going to end very well. You know what I mean? Like it's just kind of just makes sense when you really think about it. I'm going to slaughter some more unicorns because I got way too many unicorns right now. I have way too many unicorns, said nobody ever. I also still have way too many cows. King wants another ballista arrow. Yeah, I mean, that would be real good selling point, eh? I mean, Epion got a pretty good screenshot of the Jupiter Hell Twitch directory, and there was 3 people streaming, I think, and every single one of them had the "you died" screen on as their thumbnail because that was the most recent sequence they'd seen. And he's like, I'm sensing a trend in the Jupiter Hell streams. Everyone was dead. It's like, yeah. I mean, the really funny thing is, right now, people have access, or streamers have access to stream Jupiter Hell's endgame right now. So people who stream Jupiter Hell right now, who are communicating with the PR company, could theoretically see the end game of the game right now. The end game isn't finished. As far as I know, they're putting the final boss into the game today. Like, he wasn't textured yesterday. Even though yesterday people could play it. As far as I know, I'm the only person that has streamed the end game. Nobody else has made it that far, as far as I know. So there is that, which is kind of funny. Although there's somebody in IO level 5 on easy right now, which is kind of cool. Good shit. Yeah, I mean, they still had the old placeholder boss in the final boss room. So it's like, yeah. As far as I know, I'm the only person who's actually streamed it. Granted, I didn't even put the game on the hardest difficulty. I just cranked it down and just went and beat the game, but there's a whole new area that's like partially finished. There was a whole wall that was missing a texture when I was in there. It was just like, oh, there's no wall there. Well, unfinished game, guys. But, you know, it's also a game that's just difficult enough that the majority of people trying it for the first time aren't going to get anywhere close to the end game content, so it doesn't really matter all that much. But, you know, hopefully tomorrow that game does really well. I hope. I hope. But, you know, it's a weird industry. I just hope that game is successful because it'll prove that other games like it could go be successful too. Let's see how Haas is dealing with his time in prison for the third time today. Terribly. Although he's still very enthused by the splendid seat and splendid statue. More dwarves are, you know, having a rough time of it. All right, guys. I'm going to take you out of there and just let you guys head upstairs. What are you doing? No activity. You're just thinking about it. Thinking about what you want to go do. The dwarves have left. I think it's probably time. It's probably time for us to do another round of clothing. But first, let's just wait for everything to be put back in stockpiles, because a lot of dwarves are putting things into stockpiles right now.
Hi nerds and derps, I am a bit late, Kappa.
You are indeed a bit late. You missed some fun earlier. How you doing, Animal? Thanks for the $2. Cheers, man. Thank you much for the $2. How you doing today, man? What kind of fun? Look at the leaderboard. Navy kind of shut my brain off a bit. We'll just say that retired Navy vet has taken #1 for the week. I don't think anyone even should compete with that. Yep, is just #1 for the whole week. How's work, Animal? If you work today. So this is going to force dwarves to go outside a lot more. It's a lot of biddies, yes. It's the biggest biddy cheer in like the last 2 years, probably. The last time I had a cheer that big was when Hobo paid half of a hotel fee in bits. Today no work, tomorrow work again? Gotcha. So you're just enjoying the TV that you bought then? One can hope. Yeah, you've done... I want to say there was like one day where you did like 156. It may not have been in like one cheer, but it was in like a couple of lines. TV will arrive next Saturday. Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, we're just chilling with dwarves today. Plan for today is dwarves, and then I was gonna do Jupiter Hell this evening, but maybe instead of that, because I have to record some of that, I'll just play some of the ramp, which is a little digital toy that I'd like to play around with a little bit. Just because it looks cute and cool. And then tomorrow will just be a full day of Jupiter Hell. Full day of Jupiter Hell. If anybody's curious about what the ramp is, here's a link. Although I will have to plug my controller in for that, I think. Just a cute little skateboarding toy. I was like, computer-powered tech deck, which I played with a lot when I was little, and that's kind of what that makes me think of looking at it, so. Very keen to try it. Also, chat, could I get a couple beers for Animal chucking $2 at me? Thanks a lot, Animal. Small cheers still get the same amount of credit. Looks dope. Done it, though? Man. So yeah, we'll do like, I don't know, another 3 hours of Longdeath, and then we'll skate and chill. We'll skate and chill. I don't know. I used to play a lot of like sports games when they were a lot more arcadey. I think you need to re-up the flipped beer, stupid, because it's not showing up on my screen. That or maybe I'll stream some Jupiter Hell anyway. Could try and do another royal run. Although yesterday I finished streaming and then immediately started editing a video and edited until 9:30 at night. So I finished streaming at 7:30 and edited until 9:30. And that went up this morning. That was the video of me talking about the future of the fortress stuff, which is Tarn Adams' monthly Q&A, which I'm now covering once a month. Because people seem to like it. I mean, the thing's got like over 1,000 views now, so I'd be silly to not take advantage of that. I've got an audience of people that like watching DF coverage, so I will cover everything DF, damn it. Regardless of how silly it is sometimes. That is a lot of chickens. I think a bunch of chicks just got born. I'm very distressed at how... Actually, hold on a second. I have a sudden suspicion. No. Okay, how come these dwarves are so bad at collecting these eggs? Anybody know what could cause that? Because, like, the dwarves, like, don't collect the eggs from these chickens, and then all the chicks just run wild. Every time. Like, they'll get bored and they just, like, run out into the fort. Like, just like this swarm of red seas just leaving out into the fort. Those are all chicks. Baby chickens. It's like, well, we gotta stop them from doing that. But, like, it seems like the dwarves just aren't collecting the eggs, which I think is really strange, because they should be. They're supposed to. It's like dwarves gather food. Yeah, they should gather food. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Can I make a food stockpile here specifically for egg? And just see what happens? Yeah, maybe I just need like a different stockpile for eggs, which is we'll try that. We'll see if they do that. Go collect the damn eggs. You silly. Doesn't help that like a large portion of like the dwarves are just super busy right now in this fort. We're doing livestock control right now. We'll see if they start gathering the eggs and putting them in there, then I will assume that that is accurate, that they just need that. But first they probably need to put all of the chicks back, because there's so many. Holy shit. And they're just like leaving. They're just like, yeah, fuck you guys, we out. We out. We done. We're not getting paid enough for this shit. Nothing so far. They are bringing the chicks back, though, so that's a good sign. So far, they are bringing the chicks back. Has over 100 animals. Sounds like you should use them as meat shields. That'll solve that problem real quick. Were you able to get the Longdeath save workable, by the way? Because I know I got it sent off to you, but curious if you were able to, like, comprehend it. Does work? Good. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Whether or not you'll be able to comprehend it is, I guess, the deeper question. For those of you who don't know, Animal wants to try recreating Longdeath in Minecraft. Just Tip is use 4 Minecraft blocks per 1 DF block. And 4 Minecraft blocks deep. So 4 by 4 instead of just a single block. Because otherwise the scaling gets a little weird when you're talking Minecraft sizing. Yeah, the problem is a lot of stuff's getting stored in this stockpile right now. Hit V, and it'll tell you what it is. So just hit V and highlight the creature. Doesn't matter what it is. Winter is upon us, which means it's going to snow. Adds note on foe. Yeah, I mean, if you need help with like DF related things, just shoot assistance requests at chat or in the DF room. If you need to know a hotkey or something, we can help. Shouldn't be an issue, I would think. Man, I feel like cave adaptation's gonna get better with this setup now because they're forced to walk across this open area right here, along here. I think that's really gonna help with the cave adaptation. I really, really do. Oh, more chicks have hatched. Excellent. Even more chicks have hatched. Fantastic. I also put a cow in there. It's fine. It'll blend in real well with the chicks. I'll need to slaughter it when it gets brought down here. Yeah, so like I was suspecting that maybe like the nest boxes were 150 animals. Most of them are hens. I was suspecting that the nest boxes were forbidden, but a baby skeleton? I mean, baby skeletons are more dangerous than adult skeletons because you have to aim down. You have to aim down and hit it. Makes things so much more difficult. Chick Scourge, not chicken. Also, Chicken Scourge is my new Kentucky Fried Chicken competitor. They're so dang fast. You know, I haven't played Minecraft since like 2011. So like when I hear people talking about new shit in Minecraft, I'm always like, it's kind of my response generally. Really? Kavich says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. You dwarves are too fucking busy. What requests do you have of our merchants? It literally took them 3 months to find my king to talk with him. That's how big this fort is. Or maybe they were just too busy drinking. Tech-based? Sounds fun. Or really obnoxious. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Yeah, just don't take so long next year. I kind of forgot about that. Someone's getting old. Yeah, if we can solve the cave adaptation issue, then life will be a lot better. The king? Yep. The king is the one that they need to speak with. And it took them a very long... Well, the mayor is actually the one they need to speak with. Not the king. I think it's the mayor that they speak with? Anyway, what's up, Pat the Mime? Am I... I've never actually asked you this. Am I supposed to pat the mime, like patting the mime on the head, or are you a mime named Pat? I feel like this is a very important question. Very important question that I'm not certain I will ever actually have the answer to. You're a mime named Pat. Okay. I mean, maybe the mime wants head pats. Yeah, who knows? Almost 100 years ago? I think it was like year 180 something that the king became king. They inherited the throne. So it's probably been about 100 years. Although technically we're just the village. We're not technically a mountain home. Because we don't have enough dwarves to be considered a mountain home. You need like, I think 150 to be considered a mountain home. And we don't have like the outpost liaison living here or anything. I think we're more just like the king's summer villa, if that makes any sense. But we are currently just trying to solve the cave adaptation issue. And I think I may have fixed it. We'll see if we can solve that by the end of today. Give the dwarves a lot of outside and chilling time, and we'll see if we can fix that. King wants 3 more ballista arrows. You shall receive. Somebody passed away and the king inherited the throne. The king didn't officially arrive. If the king arrived, then we also would have gotten the full entourage, which we don't have. So we just have a king in the fort. We don't have the outpost liaison or anything in the fort. We don't have a like head diplomat, I think is another job that you get at that point. It's been a while. Will be iffy? I mean, I wouldn't worry about making it as deep because large portions of it are just like this. Like, you could pretty safely cut out most of this. You know what I mean? Like, you could just go from here, skip all those stupid mine shafts, and jump right to, like, here. You know? Without too much issue. And then unless you want to recreate the caverns, which would be an absolute pain in the dick, you could also leave out the caverns, but... Caverns will be the hardest because as they aren't rectangular? What do you mean by they aren't rectangular? Because like the caverns are like a mess of I mean they're blocky, but... Oh, are you saying that they're not just like a big open box type deal? Cheers, retired. Well, we'll see you when we see it. Thanks for the crazy amount of support. Cheers, man. Take care of yourself. I see what you're saying, yeah. You can make big boxes with cheats. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could open up a huge box and then fill it in. Preliminary medicine. My dwarves were pondering unknown algorithms the other day, which I think is very interesting. Very intriguing. Boxes of air or stone or whatever? Yeah. I mean, giant boxes isn't going to help you much with recreating Longdeath. That's for sure. Honestly, here's what I would worry about first, Animal. Is the thing that I would worry about first is just getting the outer wall and the pit done. Once you've got the outer wall, the pit, and the bedrooms and the pit done, then start worrying about doing other things. Because, like, the big maze will take you a long time if you actually want to do that. Because you will literally be making a maze. Because I don't know if you've checked recently, but, you know, this is still here. I mean, this is still here. And I wouldn't want to build that in Minecraft. I'm just going to put that out there. Would not want to build that in Minecraft. Take things one at a time. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, like, good luck. I'll be real curious to see the results. That's for sure. Heads up, chat. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. We're heading through early winter still. There we go. Looks like all of the chicks have been removed finally. Looks like some of the eggs actually got removed as well. Seems like they were able to slaughter the chicks pretty quickly, actually. You'll be beating your hours when you win this investment. Here's the actual life hack. You know, you do earn 4 tickets per hour, so eventually you will beat your hours regardless. You know that, right? You will eventually surpass your hours regardless. Should I complain about the fact that Humble has put up a bundle entitled Remarkable Roguelikes without a single roguelike in it? I mean, this is actually a really good Humble bundle. This is actually like a legit good bundle, but I think that that's kind of funny that there isn't actually a, you know, roguelike in that bundle. Bunch of solid games. There isn't a single roguelike in that bundle. Book bundle the other day about engineering and science stuff. Oh, really? Have you read anything from it? I've never actually bought a book bundle on Humble. That's one thing I've never purchased. You should get to reading soon. I finished rereading Tarn Adams' book. I might read through some of the chapters again, and then I'm going to lend it to my dad so he can read it. Yeah, that's one thing that the thrift shop is really good for, is books. You can get some good stuff. Especially if you're into, like, true crime and stuff like that. You can get a lot of really good things for cheap from the bookstore or from the thrift shop. Good win, Animal. Does that mean you've beaten your hours now? And good win as well, stupid. You literally, like, flip the numbers around. There you go. You done did it. You got done did it. Congrats. $612, in fact. $612. Seems like a pretty solid win if you ask me. Still on your losing streak? Don't worry, I won for the first time today in a while. Haven't won in a long time.
That calls for a celebration. Yippee ee 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 yeah ye batter duck ya ahoo.
Because streamer hasn't been paid enough today. Thank you very much for the 3,900 or 3,609 bits. I flipped the 6 and the 9 around in my brain. Thanks, Animal. Seriously. Cheers, man. Today's a thing that's happened. Hi, Peak. What's up? It's good to see you. Is Robot all right? Nah, Robot got stabbed in the gut a couple times, I think. You guys are...
Need more spam snap snap smash
I think Animal wants to hype train that. I'm just going to throw this out there. Anybody else want to help him? Yeah, you did miss a really big bit cheer. That was like 3 hours ago? Yeah, 3 hours ago. Navy's an extremely generous person. And now Animal's just going hog nuts.
Hype train.
There you go. One more. Someone just cheer 100 bits anonymously, and then you'll be good. Regardless, though, thank you for the hype train, Freskins. Scam train, that's what they say. That's what the kids call them, the scam trains. Also, it looks like they are actually... I can't talk with that. That is hard to think over top of. They have actually cleared out the eggs from the chickens, which is excellent. Looks like we are finally finishing up with all those tasks. I think I'm going to give the dwarves a chance to go upstairs. There you go. Thank you, Weevil and Peak. Well, I mean, everybody knows that you're getting emotes regardless, because I think Animal's already pushed it up to a pretty high tier. Thank you much, Animal. Seriously. And well, thanks, Freskins and Weevil and Peak and everybody. Thanks for the little hype train. Cheers. And Darren, cheers as well. I am at a loss for today. I'm just going to put that out there. I am at a loss. The amount of support has been astronomical. Pretty sure we've had more support today than I did in the first half of last month. So, thank you. I'm just going to be blunt. Thank you. Thank you much. You guys are too kind. Too goddamn kind. Way too goddamn kind. It's to the point where, like, I don't feel like I deserve this shit half the time. You know the song that says, hi, how are ya, hi, how are ya, hi, how are ya? That's what that sounds like to me. I mean, it was definitely doing a little dance at some point in there. Thanks, Animal. Cheers, man. Let's get all these dwarves up here in the tavern. Because King doesn't want anything and the dwarves need a break. They definitely need a goddamn break. Robot needs a break, that's for sure. Animal's making this robot earn its living wage. That's definitely for sure. Animal, we told you that you're not supposed to hit number 1 today, right? Just don't hurt your wallet, please. More than you already have, anyway. But thank you so much for all the bits. You guys are too kind. You guys are helping fund my plants problem, where I keep purchasing house plants for some reason. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for all the bits? Cheers. Haas says Ah is throwing a tantrum. Excellent. What are you going to go break, Haas? You're worshipping all the gods at high speed on repeat. Kind of, yeah. It's a really good way to be called racist, though. All right. Well, you're beating the crap out of a bone carver, meaning who's Quevenir the second, who I'd really rather you don't kill. Can you stop punching him, please? It's okay. He stood up and left. I kind of want him to go knock the altar over, because then he'll get cursed. Kind of want him to. Disorderly conduct, 4 witnesses. Another beating Haas is getting. Haas wanted another beating earlier anyway, so it all works. Beating has been done.
Crypt beer 100, 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 crypt beer 100.
You forgot the important part, Animal. You forgot to change your name to Purple and slash me that.
Crypt beer 100, crypt beer 100, crypt share 100. Animal donated 1,500 bits.
That's a lie. It was 100, but you've actually donated more than 1,500 bits, Animal. In case you didn't know, you actually have surpassed that by a lot. Believe it or not. It may come to a shock to you, but you've actually vastly surpassed that, in fact.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Thanks for the 69 bits, Wild Peak. Well, see, here's the thing. Not on my screen. Because FFZ has an option that makes /me look like the old one, which is what I see. Hey, Cuglorf. It's under chat appearances in Frankerface Z. Looks so much better than the awful italics that they gave everybody.
Crypt beer 100, 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 crypt beer.
You actually screwed one of those emotes up.
Crypt beer 100, crypt beer 100, crypt beer 100, crypt beer 100.
We are one version behind, Coglorf.
Crypt beer 100, crypt beer 100, crypt
You
beer
forgot the
100.
/me.
Animal donated 1,500 bits.
Yes.
Kappa 100.
Kappa 100 yourself. Thanks for the stupid number of bits, everybody. Thanks, Animal, for being nuts. Cheers, man.
Action crypt beer 100 crypt beer 100 crypt
Action.
beer 100 crypt 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 beer 100.
Now it looks a
beer,
little bit
100
more
crypt beer,
sneaky.
100 crypt beer 100 crypt beer 100.
You shall
crypt
succeed.
beer,
I've been
100
tricked.
animal
Thanks for the
donated
1500 bits.
1,500 bits. Kappa 100.
Hi, Goldilocks. Chat, can I get like 1,500 beers for Animal? And everybody else who took part in that little hype train. Big thank you. Seriously. Wild Peak with the $2.69. Nice. I like it. I like it.
Toot toot crypt beer.
Toot toot yourself. Animal, you crazy person. Phew, you're done. Not, you know, I like money, but like, I don't want you to bankrupt yourself, man. So take care of yourself first, yeah? Just kind of giving the dwarves a break until spring. I think Animal's just like, I have to protect my number 2 highest tierer spot. It's like Hobo's like way past you now, but you still got to protect it.
For everyone.
Thank you much. Cheese indeed. Cheese and beer. Beer and cheese. Could use some cheese and beer right about now. Although after the massive amount of bits from Navy earlier, I was like, I need a beer. I don't have any beer in the house currently. I drank my last beer last night, unfortunately. Has only become blue on your last year? I mean, it became blue on my screen earlier. Usually takes a few rounds to like refresh it. Look at all these dwarves finally getting a break. Finally getting a break. They're all performing dances and singing. Sleep is approaching you. Well, I mean, springtime shipment is coming pretty soon if you want to stick around for a little bit longer. But if you gotta go, you gotta go. You'll do that in the morning? I get you. Do what you gotta do. Take care of yourself. Have a good night's sleep. Everybody say goodnight to Stone, our local bookkeeper. How's Murphist like this? Old clothing, eh? Springtime's gonna be a new clothing season. Tomorrow's going to be a Jupiter Hell day anyway, so you don't need to worry about getting too far behind. Because I'll be playing Jupiter Hell. Like I said earlier, I think my body's broken today. I'm gonna go take another pee. Back in a sec. Wait, how did we break bot? Bot's still working. What are you talking about? Bot's still working just fine. So I'm not sure how bot is broken, but... My God. Just glanced at revenue for today. You guys are insane. You guys are completely insane. Hazaza is throwing another tantrum. Excellent. Did you just punch a baby? Hazaza just punched a mother who was holding a baby and she dropped her baby. Hazaza punched his wife and she dropped their kid. Because I'm pretty sure Ira Stupid is Hazaza's wife. Yes. Literally punched his wife. Just a prank, bro. I mean, that's probably what they would say, too. Expel him from the fort? Then I would also have to expel his wife and his kid. Yeah, I would have to expel Ducky and Arch. Which I don't want to do, so honestly, I kind of want him to just die. But yeah, no, domestic abuse is no joke. I mean, he's going to do another prison sentence. Not much is certain. But there's not too much more I can do about it, unfortunately. He's getting another beating. You know? Prismatic Flux, I'm just going to replace you real quick. I'm going to give Abe the job briefly. Abe is a very, shall we say, professional dwarf when it comes to beatings. Very, very, very enthusiastic and good at his job. Maybe a bit too much so. So hopefully... Abe does a good job after he's done socializing. Theoretically, after he's finished dancing, he should go beat him. Yep, he's still got a beating issued. Question is actually... a very large anvil. Unfortunately, if I intentionally kill this dwarf, it could cause a loyalty cascade, which could cause the vast majority of the dwarves to kill each other. And I don't really want to do that. So, if I kill this dwarf, it has to be legally. Although he is getting beaten currently. So if he tantrums one more time, he will die. I have a guarantee of that. Assuming he tantrums and gets a beating assigned. Not officially. Does it work out that way? Sometimes. The player has no control over what the actual penalty is, though. I'm not going to do that. So if you would like to stop making suggestions for things that I would not like to do, that would be great. Because I know the ramifications of that. You clearly don't. If that dwarf dies, it's because of the law. Not because I killed him. Alright? I mean, still the optimal and preferred method is actually recovering him. I realize that's not an option, but killing them is also not an option. If more people understood how this game worked, more people would agree with me on that. I mean, that is what I've been trying to do, Goldilocks. Yep, which is why you shouldn't suggest things then. If you don't understand how loyalty cascades work, you shouldn't suggest intentionally killing a dwarf. So you know when like one dwarf tantrums and then everybody says, oh, and then everybody kill each other? That's a loyalty cascade. It's where everybody just starts scrapping and everybody's friendships cause everybody else to attack everybody else, and then before you know it, half the fort's dead. I've spent 600 hours plus in this fortress. It's not worth losing it. And no, I don't save scum. I do have backups, but I don't save scum super frequently. And if the fortress dies and we've failed. So it's not worth saving one or two dwarves' lives to intentionally kill one. So I will watch this dwarf, make sure stays out of trouble. He's too weak to actually kill anybody, even if he catches them off guard and hits them in the head multiple times. So if he does tantrum again and he gets a beating, Captain of the Guard will legally kill him. Till then, we will simply have to keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't break any laws. And if he does, I can lock doors and whatnot, but most likely what'll happen is we'll tantrum again and we'll deal with it. Yeah, I have this problem where I know too much about this game. And I know more about this game than most people. So a lot of people will make suggestions thinking that it's helpful, when in reality it's like, yeah, I know. And also, no. This dwarf is like completely lost his ability to stand. Seems like you got some pretty bad injuries on your neck too. A lot of broken bones. It's pretty mangled. Maybe not beyond recognition though. Regardless though, welcome to the stream, Goldilocks and Cuglorf. I'm kind of halfway watching updates to the Jupiter Hell code base going on in the background. It's kind of entertaining. I still learn things all the time as well, but like after running this particular fortress, I've learned so much about the inner workings of dwarven moods and thoughts. It's like I think I've learned risks and ramifications of a lot of things that a lot of people just completely take for ruins, for granted. And the result is like What for is Hazmad? What for is Hazmad? What is Hazmad at? He's mad because he wants to join the military, and he's a merchant, which means it's completely impossible for me to ever put him in the military ever, because he's a merchant, not an actual dwarf. So that means I literally can't let you join the military because you're not a member of the fortress, which kind of blows, but it is our only way of getting new dwarves, is calling in merchants from the local fort. Problem is if I expel you, it sends you, your wife, and your 2 kids home. So there isn't much I can do, aside from just, like, waiting until you commit another crime and then making sure you don't commit another one. Yeah, literally, it's like you just wanted to grow up and stab people with a sword, and they wouldn't let you because of discrimination. I don't know. I think that merchants should be able to petition for full proper citizenship, but perhaps at some point. Not yet, unfortunately. Not yet. Maybe one day. I mean, you didn't beat her up that bad. You've been beaten up way more than you beat up your wife. Although you don't even need to beat up your wife. You just need to go knock a chair over. And they'll probably kill you. I never played any of the Dragon Age games. I watched a friend of mine play like the first hour of Dragon Age Origins, but I never played any of them myself. Spring has arrived, and the annual tribute has arrived to be dropped off, which I need to screenshot for 1 stone. I see at the very least either like a quiver or a chest of some sort. See what they've brought us. An oaken chest. And 2 chests, not just 1. 2. Well, I'm not sure what I'm going to use those for. Probably just sell them back to the dwarves. Yet here we are. Also, Piticato, how are you doing? How's things? Sure hope things be good. It's time to do a round of clothing. Been too long since we did this. Full set of clothing for everybody. Got plenty of clothing just lying around. That should be good. Let's also do It's crazy. You lose your citizenship and cast the status if you ever see the sky. Yeah, that is kind of crazy. That's very gnome-like. Because gnomes are like basically like the moles of the underground species and the cave dwellers. In my opinion, like, dwarves are a lot more outdoorsy than I think some people think. Like, they're not night dwellers. I'm not certain I like that kind of image of dwarves. They're more just like kind of the industrial miners, right? So they got a surface to like serve people and such, you know? I do definitely think that is important. Okay, so Haz is stumbling around obliviously. Maybe you'll just do yourself in. Do everybody a favor. Well, think about it this way. If you are a faction, right, and you send some diplomats and soldiers to another faction and they never come home and the answer is nah, would you get suspicious? Also, I love that that's actually a question. Can you get into trouble for atom smashing foreign citizens? That's... Yeah, I love that I love that that's a question. It's very amusing. Why in the world would that cause the game to crash? And if he's seeking sanctuary and you didn't want him there, just say no and he'll leave. You can't expel people who aren't citizens. So if you don't want a human to seek sanctuary, just don't allow guests. You made the mistake of letting him in? So you should be able to expel him then. It shouldn't crash your game. Unless you're doing something weird. Nope. If they petition for citizenship, they're a permanent temporary resident. They stay there indefinitely until you expel them. But you can expel them. Or you could just have a human in your fort. Humans are great to have in forts. Put him in a squad by himself and send him off to war. But you can't do that until he's a permanent resident, which he'll petition for after 1 year. So he will request a permanent residency after 1 year, or she. They will request a permanent residency after 1 year. And then you can either expel them, or you can keep them as a citizen. And that's up to you. I feel like the cave adaptation's getting a little better. Slowly. But why was it such a mistake to let him in? Having a couple different species in your fort just adds some variety and makes the place seem a little bit more lively. DFAT can cause crashes for absolutely no reason. So, can't help you there. I don't use it to avoid the crashes. The result is I've had a total of like 3 crashes in the entirety of time I've been running this fort for 600 to 700 hours. Only one of them actually caused some problems. But I have no idea why that would cause the game to crash. It shouldn't. You should be able to just expel visitors, and I've done that I've done that many times in the past. Like if there will be like a group of from a particular performance troop or something, and I only want one of them in my fort, I'll just expel the rest of them. Normally that shouldn't be an issue. But my advice is if you don't want to start wars with other factions, don't kill anybody. Because, yes, it'll get you in trouble. And, yes, eventually they will come and pay back. If you just kill their people for no reason. They will notice, and they will kill them. Dimati. Valsaletia, the elf merchant. I'm glad it was of service. I don't feel like I explained too much, though. Yeah, unfortunately, when it comes to, like, debugging and problem fixing, I'm going to ask you, chat. Do you guys think this is a good thing? Good. I get this email, and this is from Twitch, and the headline is, "Good news! You've been selected. Check out stream display ads." Good news! We're testing a new style of ads that are less disruptive. Even better news, you've been selected to try them out. I don't fucking care! Hey Twitch, here's an idea. Give me an option to turn off ads! How's that? You're fucking geniuses. Christ. I don't need your 15 cents a day, you damn twits. Do not care. Do not want. Although I should read. Are they running ads on my channel without me wanting them? Is there a way I can opt out of this shit? Cool. We'll show 3 ads per hour, 10 seconds each. The max we'll show at any point during the experiment is 8 per hour, 10 seconds each. Can I disable this shit? Cool. No, I can't. You know those ads that they have on YouTube where like a little image will appear at the bottom of the YouTube video? They're basically that. Like here, let me open this image and I'll show you. Or not. My phone's ringing. Hold up. According to scammers, I am under arrest. Anyway, this is what they look like. Yep, Twitch is now running ads like this on my channel now. Cool. I mean, why don't they give it to a channel that, like, why don't they look at, like, channel statistics and look at the number of ad breaks a channel has and give it to a channel that's running a lot of ad breaks? Don't give them to me. I don't run ad breaks for a reason. Anyway, if anybody sees those, let me know how obnoxious they are, please, and I'll feel bad and say sorry and apologize. Anyway, that phone call was literally a spoofed number that looked familiar. That was literally just a, there is a parcel that has been confiscated, shipped via Royal Mail under your name. It has an illegal component, and an arrest warrant has already been issued. It's like, that's not how the police works. I'm pretty sure I'd already be in jail. Last I checked, records aren't illegal, though. I mean, yeah. Because you guys are paying me for an ad-free experience. And that should, in my opinion, cover people who aren't paying me as well. I know that that's a foreign concept to those over at the world of Twitch, but I don't agree. Jail stream incoming? Oh, you bet it. I will be streaming from prison next week. I wonder if anybody's done that. Well, first off, I would like to inform you that I'm very offended that you're referring to me as a smaller viewer count stream. I'll have you know I'm in the top 0.1 highest viewed Twitch channels on the site. With a robot? Renee? With a fucking robot? Oh, man. Nah, it's I'm a tiny fucking streamer. I get it. I get it. I'm just a little irrelevant nobody that doesn't fucking matter. Just realize that's like saying that my e-penis is small. I do this full time. Not that small. Someone with 6 viewers is small. Someone with 3 viewers is small. Someone with 65 to 100? Nah, that's pretty decent, frankly. I'm in the top 10% of Twitch partners. Because there's like 50,000 of us now. And something like 30,000 of them haven't streamed in the last year. Twitch is weird. That's just where Animal hangs out, King. Nope. No, they don't. Once you're a partner, you're a Twitch partner until you flash your dick on stream or your boobies or whatever. Although if you flash your tits, you probably get like a 24-hour ban. If I stand up with my pants down, that would get me departnered real fast. But no, they do not remove partnership for inactivity. I know someone who got partnered in like 2012, and he's still technically partnered, and he hasn't streamed since 2012. I've been told this, King. I've been told this. How you been, King? Still camping a lot? I'll show you my e-peen. I mean, I could go get a pen. I do actually have a pen in the other room. I bought a pen. Are you proud of me? Badger, 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 wild boar. That it? Badger, 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 wild boar? Okay. It's been too hot to camp. Fucking tell me about it, dude. I really wish I had the opportunity to, like, stream the call, but they hung up first. Although, they didn't hang up, but... Oh, I just got this notification from my phone. This is the first time that this number has called you. If this call was spam, you can block it, and block this number and report it. This number was spam. Thank you. Thank you, phone. How kind of you. Now, mark it as spam next time. It would be really funny if I did actually get arrested, though. That's, like, whenever I get those scam callers where it's just like, you're going to prison, or like, we've found illegal things that were bought with your credit card number and shit like that. It's like, whenever those things come in, I'm always just sitting there, like, afterwards going, man, if somebody actually, like, showed up and arrested me, that would be very funny. Also, Keg, I know that this would be very strange for you, but we haven't had rain, or wouldn't be strange for you, but we haven't had rain in like a month and a half, which is the longest period of time we've been without rain. Everything outside is dying. It's a weird, bleak nightmare out there. There's fires all the time in public parks because people are still chucking cigarettes everywhere. It's kind of great. Parts of the city got rain the other day, but my part didn't. So it's still all dry over here. Post-apocalyptic parks, kind of. Kind of. King wants another ballista arrow. Hey! Handato. I'm usually live around this time. An inch or two last week. You guys got more rain than we did last week? Wow. Wow. But yeah, no, this is the time of day that I'm normally live. I take Mondays and Fridays off, though. But haven't been streaming as much of Longdeath recently. For one specific reason. I've been playing a lot of Jupiter Hell because that game's leaving early access soon. Happen to really enjoy that game, so been playing quite a bit of that and other games. But, you know, Dwarf still happens quite frequently. Kinda hoping that Haas would just go throw another tantrum so we could deal with you. But he hasn't. Which is unfortunate. Funny little quirk about DF, though, is you can't actually send children to prison. So if a child commits a crime in Dwarf Fortress, you can't actually send them to prison. Which I've always found kind of amusing. But yeah, no, normally the previous record for the number of days that we've been without rain, King, was 29 days, which was 4 years ago. We went 29 days without rain. But my part of town is on like day 40-something now. The elves are heading off on their journey once again. By stinky elves. Covered in feather tree egg yolk, as per usual. It's like Netherlands children go to prison. I mean, I don't think children should go to prison, period. But in Dwarf Fortress, children can get quite destructive. And you can't expel them. Like, there's nothing you can do about, like, misbehaving kids. So if you have a tantrumy child, like, they can do a lot of damage. Like, they can kill multiple people. It hasn't happened in this fortress in over 150 years, but it has happened. I had a child rip the leg off of a dwarf once. And that dwarf proceeded to bleed to death. They literally scratched its leg off. I have time to prepare for desertification. Yeah, and I'm blaming my neighbors because our power is all hydroelectric, and you guys own a lot of trucks. And you guys need to start digging and living underground so that you use less air conditioning. I have a very simple answer to that question, Cuglorf. Dwarves. Dwarves is how they get so strong. Rich criminals don't go to prison here, Renee. I mean, I think I told you about this earlier, King, but at the beginning of this heat wave, me and my dad went on a big hike, and the part of the forest we went to is full of ravens. And they were all screaming because their children die at 39 Celsius. So their chicks die at 39 degrees Celsius, and it was 43. So they were all just screaming. It was haunting. They were just out there, and like you could just hear the crawls of the ravens. It was like weirdly apocalyptic. It was a lovely hike, though, aside from that. We got to go swimming in a nice big lake at the end of it. Well, close to the end of it. It was just so weird hearing all the ravens scream. Possible rain this weekend. We supposedly got rain. Parts of the city got rain 2 days ago. My whole chunk of the city didn't. So it's still dry here. There's been like sad fried chicken indeed, yeah. There's been 2 house fires and a church that burnt down in the past like 2 weeks. I woke up one night with my power out to the smell of burning because one of the fires was just up the street from where I live. There's been several brush fires, a couple grass fires. Nothing too major though, aside from the 2 house fires and the church fire. So, yeah, it's been a time. It's not showing any signs of letting up anytime soon either. All the dwarves are busy. Hopefully everybody's getting a nice new pair of clothing. Also, it would be less fried chicken and more roasted chicken. Less fried, more roasted. There's no oil. Yeah, there's last I checked, there's no oils in a bird's nest. I mean, they might nest in olive oil if it's an olive tree. But these are like old growth forests, so not exactly olive trees. Also, we don't currently have the right climate for olive trees, I don't think. Man, if you just keep up like this, you'll be okay. Hell yeah, me and King won. Sorry, Lump. Get wrecked. It's okay. I still like you, even though you got wrecked. We win, you get wrecked. Yeah, there you go. See, he can say it and I don't have to feel bad. If I say it, then I feel kind of bad. Ooh, another Cyclops for the collection. The Cyclops Ukuno Nafi has come. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. Let's take a peek around. I don't see any dwarves. It is naked, not carrying any artifacts. There is actually a dwarf behind it. Unib, the merchant. Meanwhile, Cyclops here is chasing another dwarf who is Bastet. While terrified in conflict, the Cyclops got caught in a cage trap. It wasn't looking where it was running, unfortunately. Stumbled directly into a cage trap and is now being added to our collection of beasts. Because I've got kind of a lot of them now. I need to figure out what to do with them, but we have quite the collection of beasts. It's a pity none of them have brought artifacts, though. In older worlds, Cyclops and giants will often have artifacts that they wield. It's like being brought a treasure chest, and that's always kind of fun. Arch has grown to become a child, which is fantastic. Which means he can now finally walk on his own. Doesn't look like he's cave adapted yet, which is, you know, a good thing. He's got 2 socks on. Aside from that, he's completely naked, which checks out. It's time to go get some clothing, Arch. Time to go get some clothing, I think. Now he's got a dress and a glove. Excellent additions for Arch. 2 socks, 1 on each foot, naturally. Did I not say 2 socks? Did I only say 1 sock? This dwarf is 1 year old. This dwarf is 1 year old, okay? This dwarf is, like, entitled to being a bit of a ditz. Now has 2 gloves. Much better. This dwarf is 1. I mean, come on. Like, have you never been around, like, a sibling or something that just runs into the room with no clothes on for no reason? Do you not have that? Don't you have any memories like that? I have a couple memories of, like, being at my older sister's, like, 6-year-old, or not, like, maybe 8-year-old birthday party. And then my little sister, who was, like, 1.5, just comes barreling in with no pants on. Like, man, I got a lot of memories like that. Just, like, family gathering, little sisters naked. It's just like, put your clothes back on. God damn it. A lot of memories like that. Kind of hilarious memories, though. Not so funny at the time. More infuriating at the time. Now they're just hilarious. Thinking back on them. Can Cyclopses become priests? So, with Holy War in the title. So creatures can be given titles during Legends mode. And I think outside of like World Generation and Legends. But creatures can gain titles if they do crazy things in the past. As far as giants and cyclopses go, they don't have any culture, and they also don't really have functioning language. So they're not capable of banding together, multiplying, building houses and living spaces or anything. All they really do is mindlessly attack. At some point, they will get their own culture. Right now, you can't even make clothing for them. But if one attacks you with Holy War in the title, then they just have a title that was ascribed to them. Probably what happened, because their titles are usually based around the war, is he probably attacked a bunch of priests at some point in the past, or they probably attacked a bunch of priests at a monastery in the past, and they gave it that war because it attacked a holy site. That would be my assumption based on that name. But who really knows? It was definitely something from World Gen, though. But can they become priests? Short answer is no. Because they don't have any culture. Unfortunately, a lot of the mega creatures have no culture. It's really strange. Well, things can get titles. Titles are not necessarily connected to culture, right? So my assumption is they probably attacked some monastery and they gave it that title. You could actually probably figure out where they got their title from if you go into Legends and read about them. It doesn't look like a normal title. How so? What does it look like if it doesn't look like a normal title? Had to tell your melee dudes to go fight 4 of 14 people downed. Did you lose anybody? Or did you win did? Because if you won did, then you won did good did. No one lost? Oh, that's good. Easy win. Easy life. Now, hopefully you get a bunch of weapons. I didn't have to reload. Hey. No shame in having to reload. You know, this dwarf should really turn around. Everything about that dwarf looks to me like they're going to turn around, but they just haven't yet, and it's so difficult to watch. We're into late spring, almost summer. Let's continue working on the tube. The glass tube. I did a couple layers today, but got to do a couple more. Started this at the beginning, but we had to take care of dwarven mental health for a bit. We're building a giant lava lamp down to the center of the earth. Just something that we've been working on for a while. Ooh. We put in the fire pit. I get you. Using the Molotov you also got. Also, Cooler, if you're listening, tell Bellinair I said hi. Now we wait for them to actually bring these glass blocks down here. Most of these dwarves are just filling stockpiles. With what, though? Putting clothing away, I suppose? Seems like it. Yeah, oh, I see down there. Filling the lower stockpile up. So wait, what the hell else are we filling? Kind of assumed they'd be bringing the wood down, but it doesn't appear to be that. Yeah, okay, it's a lot of hauling wood. There we go. Somebody's constructing a building. Also, I haven't said thank you enough today, I don't think. So, thanks everybody for the crazy amount of bits, and thanks for just watching the damn stream. Seriously. Cheers. Chat's been a little lurky today, but that's okay. Just thanks everybody for hanging out and watching, yeah? Seriously. Wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. These crazy long forts and the all the roguelike stuff and everything else I get to do is literally just because people tune in and watch. If people didn't tune in and watch, there'd be no stream. So thank you for tuning in and watching the stream. Simple as that. Thank you. So we place more glass into the glass tube. Gotta build up more bits and pieces. Continue growing this stuff. This tube is gonna get, I don't know, quite a few Z levels bigger today, hopefully. I'm just gonna use up all of the glass that we have. Let the rest of the dwarves just kind of take a break after this because a lot of plants are getting processed and a lot of threads getting made into cloth. But outside of that, they should have a good amount of time to take breaks. Let's get you done. Let's make sure that didn't get canceled. Nope, it didn't. Perfect. Dwarf is moving all the blocks out of the way. Good to see, good to see. I think I can probably queue one up for right here. I'm pretty sure they're all about to walk in. Looks like it. Dwarf suspended construction of a wall. Which one? Let's unsuspend that. Did you suspend it again? You did indeed. All right, well, I'll suspend this one while we're waiting. Could work on the other one instead. Yeah, today's been a day. Well, today's been a day. Is there forbidden stuff? Dumped stuff? Nope. Alright, well, let's just unforbid that. See if they can do it now. It's nearly done. I just need a dwarf to come here and finish it. Let's move that boulder out of the way. There you go. Next dwarf. Down here, they're mining. We're going to finalize that. Then just leave. We're going to channel this out. Because that last one's just going to get, you know, filled in. But yeah, no, today's been a day. Today's been a day. I had to explain that I have to pay taxes on it, too, to Navy Vet, unfortunately. I was under the impression that they were considered gifts. Which just isn't how business works. So as an internet person, that is considered income. Very much so. Or that spam call from earlier would definitely actually be putting me in prison. It is now summer, meaning the humans will come to trade pretty soon. It's like peak quiet season time for stream, though. It's like there's a certain point in the summer where there's just like critical mass of people who just normally talk a lot in streams or just on vacations or elsewhere or doing other things where it's like this time of year gets rather difficult to stream. Maximum lurk, yeah, it's like makes my job 500 times harder. Quite literally. Because chat interaction is what powers a stream. And I've always been a lurky stream. So this time of year is the hardest time of year for me to stream, hands down. I wish it wasn't the case because it makes my job genuinely very difficult. I mean, thanks, Lump, but no one else noticed. But yeah, no, it is genuinely the hardest time of year for me to stream. I hate summer, and I can't wait for it to end. For this reason. Let's just get those 3 spots done first. We'll get that filled in with glass, like, right away. There's a few flying forgotten beasts, and we're going to need to be careful here. Doesn't matter what it is, just get that filled in. Just put any block in there. Doesn't matter what it is. Say, of course, it's going to be somebody from across the fucking map doing it. No, I mean, it's like this every year. Every summer I contemplate quitting streaming. Literally every summer I've ever streamed, because every summer is like this. Stats drop down to like a third, and money drops usually, except for today apparently. This year's actually been okay for money, but we've still had the annual lurks, which is not easy to deal with. There we go. That's maybe a bit of an exaggeration. I wouldn't quite say I contemplate quitting streaming every year, but every summer is always the most challenging season, and I always just wait for it to be over, and I look forward to it being over. Because summer is always like, where did all my regulars go? And it's like, I realize that the majority of people watching me are working or doing something else or asleep or not even watching. But it's like, this time of year does get genuinely difficult to stream, because the hardest thing to do is to feel like nobody's watching. It's like, yeah, there's 57 people watching, but if nobody talks for 10 minutes, how do I know that anybody's actually watching? Maybe the stream went offline, my internet's not working, and I'm just sitting here and talking to nobody. The brain takes over, and then the job gets consistently harder. But, you know, we're just digging holes, putting glass in them. Just gonna keep doing that. It's funny, whenever I'm watching someone who's just starting out streaming, and they often say the same thing, which is, it must be really easy for you to stream all the time because you never have a dead chat. It's like, well, you've never had a lot of viewers then, because you still get dead chats. Gotta wait for them to finish those corners before I start cramming more into there. Otherwise we're gonna get job cancels. There they go. Oh yeah, me too. Me too, animal. Me too. Now I'm just complaining, I'm sorry. Got nothing to complain about. Are you talking about DOS? Or EJ? Trying to think which big rocket nerd stream would have 500 viewers. EJ? DOS is the one I wonder about sometimes. I don't know how DOS pays his bills these days. Unless he's like secretly getting paid by NASA to stream all those rocket launches. Like, it makes no sense to me. I like genuinely have no idea how he survives the way he streams. I mean, I always get nervous when my chat's quiet. Because, like, you know, on days like today, it's like retired Navy vets supported the stream very heavily, and so is Animal. But it's like, in order for a stream to have long-term sustainability, there needs to be new audience members coming through, right? So there needs to be a pretty consistent flow of new people coming in, discovering the channel, and sticking around and talking, right? So long periods of time of dead chat and no new followers is like the death rattle of a stream, if that makes any sense. It's like, it's one of those like, oh, it's only a matter of time things. You know, like you maybe got a lot of support today, but like to give you an idea, like I'll easily go like weeks making less than $10 a day, right? So today's been very nice, but yeah. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I figured he was doing some sort of outside of Twitch work, but never really know. You never really know. They followed the rollout of the big booster. I saw that stream go live, yeah. I wish I was still super excited about space flight stuff, so just happy that you're still excited about that stuff. Rocket stuff is super neat. I just wish I wasn't so cynical about it. You know? The more billionaire it gets controlled by, less keen I am. Can be? That's an understatement. Understatement of the week. Week. So can everyism. That is true. You know, I'm starting to think that that whole thing might be pluggable. Who's part of a religious group of dwarves, that the dwarves worship him like a god? Because that's cool. Tuglerf. I don't know. This whole industry is like, it's like a trial of ups and downs, you know? Like you'll have months that are incredible, and then you'll have months that are awful. And some people have huge advantages over others. My entire career on Twitch has always been I mean, Animal, you've been here for most of it, but has always been like a constant challenge against, or a constant struggle against either my own brain or the fact that I always play games that are lesser known, you know? So I've never really gotten large amounts of promotion for just playing the games that I play. So it's a lot more like trying to keep the same people watching than most channels. A lot of channels have a lot of churn, you know? They're always bringing in new people. But because for me, it's like, it's more important for me to just keep the same people watching. If people just decide to watch something else for a couple weeks, then I have a rough couple of weeks, right? It's not a bug. They can do that, like I said, they can do that in world generation. It's not a bug. It's an intended feature. Dwarves can worship mega beasts and titans and hydras and giants and other things. So they can absolutely do that in world generation. But once world generation ends, they can't do that. So in a longer history world, you'll get lots of that sort of stuff because that is an intended feature. Outside of world generation, you won't see any new stuff of that. So you had a Cyclops that was a part of a historical religious group, essentially. So no, not a bug. That's an intended feature. I've had many religious groups that worship forgotten beasts, for example. Ganeth says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood, as per usual. But people who have advantages in this industry, all I can say is just Don't take those for granted. Because for some of us, it's just been a non-stop struggle. I have a feeling it's going to continue being that for a very long time. How does one have an opinion on kobolds? What is your opinion on imaginary creature that doesn't exist? Depends on the fort. I don't have any true opinion of kobolds. It just depends on the fort. Sometimes I would really like the kobolds to live and flourish. Sometimes I want them all to die. Depends on what I decide to RP as that day. In this particular fort, I really wanted them to live and survive and flourish, but we ran into this problem where a wagon is stuck. We ran into this problem where one of my visitors killed one, and then they never came back. Sad days. But do I have an opinion? I don't have any opinions on animals that don't actually exist. I mean, that's King's opinion. King wants to fuck the kobolds. I mean, King wants to have a legal breeding operation of kobolds. It's definitely what King wants. Definitely doesn't want to fuck the kobolds or Rocket Raccoon. Well, the humans broke. They got stuck. I may have to deconstruct that. Too many humans in one trading depot, and they're all leaving. Bye, humans, I guess. How goes the Longdeath? I mean, it's going. It's going. One day at a time. I had a dwarf that was tantruming a bit, but he seems to have stopped now. We're still working on the big ol' lava tunnel. Which is fun, because it's running right on the edge of the... Right on the edge of the cavern layer. So right here, I have to... Population still growing? I mean, it's higher than it was. So yeah. Hasn't grown today, but it is higher than it was. He plans to add the ability to kidnap goblins. I mean, I'm sure the answer to that question would be something along the lines of, yes, of course. Soon, TM. Or later, TM. I mean, why would you need to kidnap them? They generally pretty willingly join. That's my response to that. I would say he probably does. Considering he wants humans and all of the other species to be playable at some point. Because that'll be needed for Myths and Magic if you decide to do a low magic world that has very little magical creatures. Because that will allow for a lot of variety in playability. Ponder art, all caps. Murphist is pondering art. Such a simple thing to ponder. Well, that dwarf is pondering. It may or may not like it. Yep, not a bug, Cuglorf. Just an interesting historical discovery. Why is that? They're no more difficult to manage than normal undead, which are extremely easy and actually kind of dull. So instead of having a fort filled with functional zombies, you'd be filled with a fort with non-functional zombies. Also, no, I can't. Disco, because there is no necromancy in this world. That we know of, anyway. Last time I checked Legends, there wasn't a single necromancer in this world, so... As it should be. Damn it. For this world, anyway. So, no, actually, I can't resurrect them. As zombies. It is really cool, Cuglorf. Historical discoveries like that are always a lot of fun. I love discovering random stuff from Legends and getting to spend some time in the world. Learn a little bit more about it. It's always a good deal of fun. It's of random quality. Some days it's high quality, sometimes it's nah. Tons, yep. Might be able to trick a mummy into rising or something. I don't do gamey tricks like that, so no. I would have to go into adventure mode to do that again, and no. We're not abandoning this fort. Ah, excellent. Huzzah has thrown a tantrum. He's punched a bunch of dwarves. Nobody's dead, though. Looks like he kind of got his shit kicked in. Damn well as it should be. Lots of dwarves are going to go report crimes. Hopefully you get a beating, and then we don't need to worry about you anymore. But yeah, no, Disco Waffles. In order for this fort to be legitimately completed, I have to finish it without cheating, without using DF hack, without using DF therapist, and IR stupid has been found dead. Seems like a dwarf did get beaten to death by he did kill his wife. Beautiful. I mean, I was talking specifically about Longdeath. So if you aren't talking specifically about Longdeath, why don't you specify that? It was before the stress rework? You mean the stress nerf to make it uninteresting and boring? Yes. The most recent update removed everything that makes the stress system interesting and fun. Removes everything that makes the stress system challenging, entertaining, varied. I mean, I don't remember a single RimWorld quest because they were all generic and boring before, so it would be new to me. Oh, I think that's we live? We back? Yeah, I don't know what happened. I just got a notification saying that OBS disconnected. Hope that didn't split my VOD. Yeah, no kidding. Doesn't look like it split my VOD. Only seeing one. Although, yeah, it did show the interrupt screen. It says I'm still disconnected, though. So I'm calling shenanigans. Like, I got this notification. It's just like, OBS is disconnected, right? I can actually show you. Oh, nope, it went away now. Okay. It had this little, like, pop up at the bottom of OBS that said, disconnecting, attempting to reconnect. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. I actually, didn't restart Discord, but I restarted this, or not Discord. I restarted the, stream in OBS itself because it failed to reconnect. Yeah, I don't know what happened. My internet didn't go out or anything, so that was Twitch, not me. You guys finished reporting crimes yet? Nope. Nope. Who's the wounded? Technically, the only dwarf that died wasn't actually a member of the fort, so it doesn't matter all that much. No, it's not split. I know it's not split. If the VOD was split, I would be pissed. That's a pain in the dick to edit back together. Which I don't have time to do tonight. I really don't. Although my live timer counter reset. At least on OBS, which is annoying. That's weird. That's weird. Please don't do that again, Twitch. Making me nervous up in here. Oh great, Hazaza is tantruming again. Starting another fist fight. You'd still take your children with you if I remove you from the fort. Two counts of disorderly conduct. And you're getting a beating. Good luck surviving this one. Hopefully this will just kill him, and then we'll be left with just his two kids. Because Ire Stupid is dead, and now you'll be dead. Which is fine, because they're both merchants, so neither of them are actual permanent members of the fortress. It just kind of sucks when it happens that way. Dwarf Fortress has cops. Called Captain of the Guard. They have a tendency to kill the dwarves that commit crimes if they're too strong, which is why I intentionally made a stronger dwarf in charge of Captain of the Guard, who's just going to probably cave forehead in. Oh, well, I mean, the TV show Cops should be illegal. That show's awful. Fucking hate that stupid goddamn show. Last time I was in hospital, I had 3 channels that worked, and 2 of them were showing Cops. I was just fortunate to have TV channels. Jess! My stream, almost went offline a few minutes ago. Hi, everybody. Welcome, everybody, from Jess's stream. I hope RimWorld was good. I'm going to be switching games in a little bit here, but we're just sitting here and chilling with some dwarves. Hope everybody had a good Rim stream. How's the endgame prep going? Waiting for this dwarf to beat a criminal to death. I mean, show him a lesson. Didn't actually beat him to death. I am disappointed. You are bad at your job, dwarf. And then he went and cleans up the blood. Well, I mean, good for you. May actually have to just lock him in a room so that he doesn't hurt anybody else. Raid indeed, yeah. Right, indeed. It's taking forever. That's another reason why I stopped playing Rim, is the end game just got so fucking grindy. Everybody, though, you guys should go follow Jess. She's good people. Go watch her streams. They're entertaining. You can watch her and me concurrently, in fact. Prep needs its own prep? Jeez. It's just more prep required every time I turn around. I'm not sure where that rotten food is, but there's rotten food somewhere here. You need to hop to bed. We'll see you later, Animal. Cheers, man. Thanks for the bits earlier. Yeah, you could say that. A little frustrating, because OBS decided to disconnect, but it didn't take my stream down, which is good. Aside from that, it's been good. He's had like 5 of them, so doubtful. This is one of those dwarves that's just kind of broken. So I'm just going to wait for him to go to his bedroom, and then I'm going to lock the door. I hate doing this. Really, really do. I'd rather let the game do it naturally, but we have to dispose of this dwarf, and I can't expel him because I need the 2 children in the fort. If I expel him, I'll also lose his kids. But he already took the pleasure of killing his wife, so we need to do the same to this dwarf once he's done resting. But no, this dwarf's had 3 beatings and 4 prison sentences today. To the point where I assigned a new dwarf to the position of captain of the guard to hopefully just dispatch him, but did kind of a terrible job of it, so. Hardened criminal? I'd hardly say that. More like a hardened idiot. Hardened criminal would be giving him some credit as being good at it. Hardened criminal would be somebody who, like, doesn't get caught. This dwarf gets caught. You can absolutely do that in DF. You can commit many crimes and not get caught. It's a matter of doing it when nobody's looking. Hardened criminal would be like a vampire that murders people in their sleep and doesn't let on who it is. That would be like a hardened criminal in DF. Hardened? No, if anything, he's softened. So full of holes and wounds and spots on his body where he's got scars. Man. Man. And the humans are telling me that they're leaving, but they left a long time ago. There's a Crundle fighting with something. Probably gravity. Usually when there's a random animal fighting with nothing, it's probably gravity. There's a huge audience watching the surgery. There's like 4 dwarves right there. Perhaps they're taking notes. I don't know why a dwarf would ever get upset in this fortress. They've got like everything pretty damn good. What's the mayor want? 2 animal traps? Time to make 2 wooden animal traps. I have hiccups, help. This is bad. No. The reason that would happen is because they need a crutch or a splint or some other form of medical stuff that they are not getting. So if they're stuck in a hospital, it means that they need something that you don't have. It's probably either a splint or a crutch, would be my guess. So, no, I never have problems with dwarves getting stuck in hospitals for years because we have thread, we have plaster for casts, we have crutches, we have splints, and everything else that they could possibly need. Hazazai is throwing another tantrum. That was fast. We haven't even left. It's like a spontaneous tantrum that lasted for like a second. Did you commit a crime while you were at it? I don't think you did. Just want you to go to sleep. If you go to sleep, then I can lock the door. Where are you going? Nowhere in particular, it seems. Sounds like someone got covered in some sort of gunky rotting extract then. That's not what I would describe as a problem. That's more of an extract thing. I wouldn't really describe that as a problem. Although having legendary surgeons is kind of a cool thing, actually. I don't see that so often. Usually legendary surgeons are a right to be suspect. Can't kill you without a legal cause. A reason to kill you, otherwise it'll piss the other dwarves off. So I need you to mysteriously disappear. I'm waiting for this dwarf to go to bed so I can lock the door to his bedroom and starve him to death. Which, you know, isn't brutal at all. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Come on, dwarf. Go do what you need to do. Go lie down. You know you want to. Just lock the door. I mean, it's the perfect murder because no violence occurs, and so it can't start loyalty cascades. I wouldn't call it the perfect murder. It's the perfect form of silencing. Because frankly, this dwarf tantruming 15 times a day is a bit much. I was kind of hoping he'd punch out that altar in the middle of that room, the little blue thing. Because then I could have another vampire, but... Nah. Waste management? That's way too disrespectful for me, thanks. You're describing a personality and a character as waste. Would you also describe every antagonist as waste? Would you describe Darth Vader as waste, even though he is a evil character? Would you describe Khan as waste, even though he kills a lot of people? Would you describe Freddy or Jason from horror shows as waste? They're just good characters. And that's what people like this are. This dwarf's just a good character. Which is why I'd like them to have a legitimate end instead of a illegitimate one. Meanwhile, in the basement, Forgotten Beast Ugoth Sindang has come. An enormous humanoid composed of rhyolite. Oh, that's fucked up. It has a round shell and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poisonous gas. Well, not much I'm going to do about you. You are going to, fall. Apparently. Yeah, now you win. Did you lose earlier or something? Oopsies, that's the wrong button. That's the button I wanted to hit. One button to the left was the one I meant to hit. It's probably because I didn't invest is why you won. It's definitely the conspiracy theory, right? You've done almost nothing else but lose for the few weeks now. It's funny you say that because, like, I feel the same way. It's like me winning is like a weird novelty because it's like, what? I won? What is this fucking weirdo? Only if they're what I would describe as dumb questions, but you haven't asked any dumb questions. Dumb questions are like, can you stalk and murder people in adventure mode? That's a dumb question. Or like, well, I don't know if I even want to say that. I've had some really dumb questions over the years. I'll put it that way. If it's like directly asking about like sexual violence or otherwise not safe for work material in the game, then I'll get annoyed. If it's like legitimate questions, though, I don't care. You could ask me how to build a door and I'd show you. Or how to make a dwarf dig, which is the classic DF question. What gets annoying is when people tell me what to do. So if you're like, do this, I will get annoyed. But if you ask me questions, that's fine. If anything, I would argue that that's probably preferable, is that you ask questions. But just realize that a lot of questions might be responded to with a question. And things about DF hack I'll probably have a non-answer for because I don't use DF hack, so I'm not super well acquainted with it. I know like the basics, but I'm not super well acquainted with the system. Orange has grown to become a peasant. Would you look at that? We have another peasant in our midst. Do you want to do any combat? Because I could put you into the Eternal Guard and give you this. Other jobs, hauling, mining, stone detailing. We'll give you trapping and carpentry, so you can help us with the animal traps. Some basic doctoring. Weaving, glass making, bone crafting, and stone crafting. And we'll give you furnace ops. Welcome to the fort, Dwarf. Welcome to the fort. Back to watching Haas. It's actually kind of amazing that Dwarf managed to make it to adulthood without becoming a legendary in something. That almost never happens. But yeah, no, honestly, I think asking questions is one of the most important things to do when learning DF. Unknown Algorithm is maybe my favorite name for a book in this fortress. It's such a good name. It concerns an algorithm for dividing one number into another. They've learned about division. My dwarfs have learned the maths. I'm so proud of them. Also, Cuglorf, thanks for asking. you going to do, Dwarf? Honestly, as long as there's people chatting, I don't really care. These days, I just kind of wish summer was over and the chat was more active again. But I gotta wait for people to come back from vacations. There you go. You threw another tantrum. Did you actually commit a crime, though? It's a very short tantrum. Internal error has occurred. I don't think they know how to divide by 0 necessarily. That I would be kind of shocked about. I mean, it is indeed an unknown algorithm. Why would you want to get rid of them? Put them in a library. Zone a library. Make some bookshelves. Yes, I usually have the opposite problem. I'm right there with socks. It's like usually the visitors come in, read my book, and walk away with them. Not the other way around. But if they're leaving books in your fort, make a library. Zone up a library and put a bunch of bookshelves in there. Even with a library with bookshelves, you just have lazy dwarves. That's probably Disco's probably right. It's probably an issue with ownership. I mean, what I would do is I would set them to be dumped and then reclaim them. So dump them into a dump zone and then undump them and reclaim them. Outside of that, I don't know. A horse has gone berserk. Excuse me? Why has a horse gone berserk? Why is there a horse on the map that can go berserk? That horse is fighting with an emu. That horse killed an emu. I'm kind of hoping this berserk horse will go get caught in one of my traps. I don't really want to tell my military to kill it because it's probably part of the humans. Yeah, I think it's part of the humans. It's a badass horse. I don't know about that. Stupid horse is more like it. It's a horse that could start a war. Did it leave the map? I think it left the map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it left the map. Well, that's good. Excellent. Yeah, I know they bring horses to war. I'm also not at war with elves. A badass horse. Yes, that too. I would force them to move the book somehow. Anything that can force them to move the book. So dumping it is one way. Tell them to put it on a pedestal and then take it off the pedestal. Drop it down a Z level by channeling up. Anything to force them to move it, and then they'll claim it as theirs. Elves think that they're badass? Okay, well, that one's not badass. That one was obnoxious because it wasn't following orders. Warhorses following orders, pretty badass. That wasn't a warhorse. That was a trader horse that was hanging out and being an idiot and stuck somewhere, probably. Which is probably why the humans canceled trading with me, because it was stuck somewhere. So I would have locked you in your bedroom, but I can't. That's oddly specific. Why not giant gray bears? Or giant blue bears? Or giant white bears? What about giant black bears? Or giant pink bears? Because for me personally, I'm partial to giant blue bears. Because they rhyme with blueberries, and blueberries are delicious. By collapsing floors onto them? I mean, that is a solution. I wouldn't say that that's an optimal solution because books are very valuable. So what I would do is just try to force them to move it if they drop the book. Otherwise, just keep doing what you're doing. If it works, it works. Fucking roll with it if it works. Why not? Yeah, my advice would be to try and force them to move it. Because if they have to pick it up and put it down or something, then they will reclaim it as theirs. The one thing I will say, though, is do not set it on fire. It's a bad time. For you, your frame rate, the book, and everybody else involved. Trust me. Do not set it on fire. Berenstein's Bears B book. I actually read a lot of those books when I was younger. If dwarves worship deities ever changed? Like, will they change the deities that they worship during their life? Or are you asking if the deity itself changes? Because I think the answer to both of those is just no. Once a dwarf is born worshiping deities, and then they worship those deities for the rest of their days. I know that, like, religious persecution can happen, so maybe something could happen during world generation, but I don't know. Pretty sure once a dwarf is generated, they just worship that god for the rest of their life. No, I'm pretty sure that once they're worshiping a particular god, they will just worship that god forever. And they're pretty tolerant of dwarves worshiping other gods too. It's not like it really bothers them. But that's because like the major religion changes that came in the last update are only half done. So there's supposed to be a lot of other things. We're supposed to see religious persecution in forts. So hopefully Tarn finishes with the boring UI update and gives us the, more actual content to chew on. I don't know about you guys, but like genuinely the main reason I want the Steam version to be done is so that Tarn can just get paid a lot of money and then go make fun stuff again. I just want him to do that. I mean, if you can role play anything, that's why it's called role play. Autumn has come. You could role play being a giant peach if you wanted. I'm sure somebody's done a James and the Giant Peach D&D one-off. I think that was the name of that movie and book. With more conflicts. The stress rebalance has been rebalanced so that when they bring in the new sieges, Are we back? Cool. Something's going on somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I just suddenly dropped all of the frames. I'm going to do a speed test real quick. See if that was me. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Is the internet just exploding again? It's because you turned on your AC, isn't it? I mean, maybe. I mean, maybe it was just a blip in my connection. I don't know. My internet does seem slower than normal. I only have 680 up. What's my upload? According to this, I've got 100 up, pretty stable. So it shouldn't be me. Granted, I'm supposed to have like 700 up on a bad day. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't feel like streaming my IP address, but if you check off topic on Discord, that's my internet right now. So, yeah, I don't know. If it does that again, maybe we should call it, but hopefully it don't do that again, because that's frustrating. Twitch is saying, streamer made too much money today. We have to ban him. Sort of back? I mean, I haven't dropped any frames in the last minute, so it should be back. What do you mean by try turning on the heat? I'm confused. Oh, you mean for wave depletion? Yeah, I don't think wave depletion changing his AC is really gonna. That's more just frustrating than anything. It's funny that the humans here are saying, it's a human and a mule. It's oddly fitting, to be honest. Weird. Chat, can you press 1 if you can see the stream right now? If you're lurking in the channel, just press 1 if you can see the stream. Because I just got welcomed back to the chat room. Something's going on either at Twitch or on my internet, and I don't know which one it is. Either my internet blipped, or something's going on at Twitch. I don't know what it is. I don't really feel like restarting my stream if I can avoid it, so. Nobody presses 1. Well, except for Lump. So nobody can see my stream then. So stream's dead? Good to know. That's the way I'm reading that. If literally nobody else is like, yeah, stream's live, then obviously it's not. Sorry, I actually need like your feedback here. So if you're lurking, just tab over and press 1. I actually need some assistance here. We do actually, yeah, there's all 3 of the people watching my stream. Dead stream, dead channel. I should just go get a real job. Oh, there's the other one. All right, well, we do seem to be back then. I did drop 7,012 frames, so if I drop any more, I'll see it. I tried to fix it by adjusting my bitrate, but that didn't seem to do much. I'll be honest, like, technical difficulties are really fucking annoying. Although, I think it's also worth noting that you might want to, even if you're lurking, just check your delay. There's a little gear that you can click. If you go down to advanced from the little gear, there should be a thing that says show stream details. I should be able to show you. But check your delays, because some of you guys might be really heavily delayed. Actually, you know what I'm going to blame? You hit advanced and then show stats. Not add stats. Video stats. This thing. Video stats. It'll tell you what your delay is. So if you have a bad delay, you might want to fix that. You blame the wildfire smoke? I mean, that wouldn't affect the internet. I blame that Twitch is testing the new ads on my stream. It's definitely the new ads that are breaking it. Definitely the new ads. Speaking of those new ads, has anybody actually seen those? Because they're supposed to be like, fill up a quarter of the stream or something. Which to me just sounds obnoxious. I don't know why anybody would want that, but. Hopefully not. If they do, then something is broken. Good, Dwarf. You shouldn't. I would pay Twitch to take ads off of my stream. Imagine how much of a selling point that would be for a channel. 100% ad-free. Ads are for YouTube, not Twitch. Also, what country are you in? Because maybe I'll move there. Currently, I get ads for Rockstar Energy Drink and Rockstar Energy Drink. Oh, I have some family in Hungary. I have a cousin in Hungary and a great aunt. Maybe an uncle. Arch. You've been taken by a Fey mood. They brought a dog? Holy shit. No wonder you moved so slowly. Carrying a lead cage with a dog in it. Where did Arch go? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't hate the ads on Twitch. I don't think they're too obnoxious unless the streamers, like, are constantly playing them. But I understand where people are coming from, where it's just like, yeah, it's real fun just seeing the same ad over and over. I get Rockstar Energy, fast food, and condoms are usually the ads I get on Twitch. It's like, thanks for stereotyping me real heavily, Twitch. If your delay is 1 minute, that is busted. Holy shit. Twitch's delay should not be that high. Like, ever. Just period. Hazaza is tantruming again. Please go commit a crime so that I can kill you. You are making me very nervous. Hitting play pause on the stream should also fix it. Especially the way, you know, that I treat fast food, right? Yeah, I don't know. I think that Twitch has so many opportunities to do such elegant forms of advertising, but they seem to have absolutely no interest in it, and it boggles my mind. It genuinely does. You know what, Haas? I'm going to remove all of your labors. And we'll just let you go hang out in a temple or something. Stay far away from everybody else, ideally. Kavish said, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood? Please and thank you. And we skip through the rest of this. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. So now you should go pick up equipment and then just go hang out somewhere and chill out. Because you have no jobs left. Dwarf is officially unemployed. My king is researching? Really? We're also pondering plants as surgical models and discuss equations. I love that they've discovered math. It's kind of great. I don't know. Twitch just has so many opportunities to do such elegant formats of ads, but I feel like they just kind of lose it all. I feel like it's just kind of wasted. It's like, in my opinion, the only ads that you should ever see on my channel is when I'm playing a sponsored product. It's like if I'm playing a video game that I'm getting paid to play, that is the only ads that you should see on my channel. Like if I'm doing a bounty board, if I'm doing a sponsored segment, that's the only ads you should see on this channel. I don't think that anybody, paying or not, should have to watch advertisements on my stream, because I think that that's just, it just kind of goes against what I want to do with my show, and Twitch should give me that control to be able to turn off ads. It's not like I'm not making Twitch money. Like, I'm making Twitch money hand over fist. Like, retired Navy vet should have cleared the amount that Twitch would get from me in ads. It's not like I'm a 20,000 viewer channel where it's costing more for the viewers to watch me than it is for me to make money. The actual amount of profit that Twitch makes off of my channel versus a much bigger channel is significantly higher per view count. Arch has begun a mysterious construction. What actually did you grab? Okay, so Arch, the child, is making an artifact craft store shop. We'll see what you end up doing. I think I'm going to remove my king as broker and give the job to, let's give it to Peter. Peter, you get to be my broker now. You're also still the messenger, but now you're also a broker. You're pretty good at the job already. You've had it in the past. You get it again. It's funny because generally I'm like a supporter of ad-supported stuff because I believe that it's like the ideal thing is like free information, and things that are ad-supported are generally free and easily accessible. It just really sucks that Twitch doesn't agree with that. So, I mean, Twitch is Amazon, so what else do we expect? What the heck is that barrel made out of? It's an orange barrel. Weird. All right, chat. We're pretty goddamn lurky, and I'm having some technical difficulties. If I keep streaming, is chat going to remain quiet, or are we going to pick up at all? Because if we're just going to remain super lurky like this, I might just end early and go get some shit done that I need to get done. Which I kind of don't want to do, but I'm super tired of how quiet chat is today, and I do have stuff I need to do later today. Why would I sell spiked wooden balls? I mean, I got shit tons of free shit that I could sell. I mean, sometimes I'll sell spiked wooden balls as a first thing if I need something really badly, if it's like a do or die situation, sure, but otherwise I don't care. Still here, just working? I'm just really frustrated right now. All the technical difficulties and the kind of lurky chat. It's like, I've got a lot of shit I gotta get done. It's like, I kind of want to just stream that little skateboarding game, but I feel like if I do, then chat's just gonna be even more dead than it's been all day, and chat's been really dead all day today. Arch, the dwarven child, has created Ilulobot Duthalek, a Gabbro mini-forge, and claims it as a personal treasure. How adorable. This is a Gabbro mini forge. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with pear-cut purple spinels and radiant-cut almandines, and encircled with bands of ginkgo wood and pigtail, and oval-cut almandines. This object menaces with spikes of Gabbro and purple spinel and doesn't have anything to do with chickens. On the item is an image of a pecan tree and fungi wood. Good afternoon, B-Log. How are you? I'm frustrated. I've had a shit ton of technical difficulties today, and it's annoying as hell. I wish it would stop. Wooden spiky balls. I never suggested selling my balls. I was talking and answering a question from Cuglorf about selling wooden balls in Dwarf Fortress as a method of making a lot of money in early game when resources are hard to come by. So, I never said I would sell my balls. You're putting words into my mouth that I never said. Mm-hmm. Although, shoutouts to South Park with you can lick 'em and suck 'em, my chocolate salty balls. Everyone loves the chocolate salty balls. 1 minute delay? Yep, that's why I'm considering shutting the stream down. I'm so fucking pissed off with Twitch today, man. So fucking pissed off at Twitch today. Shabbat 350. After video freed refresh? Yep. Which is why so many people have such a long delay right now, is because Twitch booted me offline once and now I'm just getting extreme amounts of lag. It's not my internet either. Like, my internet's a little slower than usual, but like not much slower than it is normally at this time of day. When I was dropping all the frames, I ran a speed test. I still had like 100 up. I'm supposed to have like 500 up, but 500 to 1500 up. Usually late at night, it's closer to 1500. It happens, GMG Dave. It's just a little frustrating. But regardless, I think that's it for Dwarfs for today. I think we're going to switch games for a little bit, because there's a game I'd like to try. We made some pretty good progress. I wanted to go a little longer today, but I'm tired of the technical difficulties, and I don't want Twitch to boot me fully offline and lose this and have to stitch a VOD together. So I'm just going to call it on Dwarfs for the day. That being said, we're gonna try and stream a little longer, see if we can. Because there's a game I'd like to play a bit of, which I picked up last night, so I'd like to stream it. See you in 20 minutes at dinner time? Yeah, and then you can be part of dead chat like the rest of chat's been today. Chat's been all hardcore lurker mode today. What year am I in? I could tell you in a second. I think it was 87, but... yeah, 287. So the fortress is 282 years old. All right, so the game I'd like to mess around with a little bit is marketed as a digital toy, and it's called The Ramp. I mean, the actual answer to that question is 2020, right, Dave?